come outside and try this podcast out here. And before we get started, I'd like to bow my head in prayer. If you'd like to join me, great. If not, I'll be right with you. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for another awesome day we get to spend time in your word, Father. And thank you so much for your truth as we become that reflection, Father, and understanding through the obedience of our selfish flesh, Father. And we just thank you so much for your support and your guidance and protection and wisdom, Father. We just thank you so much for the beauty that you're creating amongst all these ravenous wolves, Father. Thank you so much for exposing the truth through your light lit lamps, Father. In Yeshua's heavenly name we pray. Amen. Well, I wanted to see how it would how this would turn out visually outside. Also, I was having a difficult time logging into my Twitch account so that I could export yesterday's video to YouTube. So I'm having a little challenge today with that, on top of just a few little technical issues that I'm starting to just appreciate all your guys tech savvy friends and just all the time that you spent and effort learning about this stuff, because man, it's a vast uh it's just a lot to know. And I thought there was a lot to know when I was first getting in, when I was led to get into this back in 2015, middle end of 15. But I'm learning there's just new stuff to become accustomed with. So thank you, all you tech savvy people. You guys are awesome. And well, let me reiterate that. Thank you, all you tech savvy people that are doing the right thing for our Heavenly Father, truth and justice for the neglected and abused, and those that are traumatized and still suffering, which is most of us these days. If you got 2 feet planted in this world, you might as well hang it up. And that's unfortunately what a lot of people are deciding to do. So don't do that. This too shall pass. And yeah, don't forfeit your reservation to eternity by taking a life that you did not provide. So be real careful about that. You're worth more than they're telling you are. You're not some primordial ooze or the offspring of some ancient alien race that's got some outer galactic agenda for our lost and dying world, that whatever they're. Oh, this is the third time this flew over us. 3 days in a row. So anyway, if I can get logged in to that Twitch, then I'll get a download exported to YouTube. But everything's been going really, really great. Like I said, it's let me try to stabilize this with my water just a little bit, because that wind is going to start picking up. Oh, and I gotta say JELLO. Hello, beloved. Oh yeah, things are great. Things are going great. And I'll get started, try to pick up somewhat where I left off yesterday. But like I said, I don't plan what I'm gonna say beforehand. I just allow the Holy Spirit to speak through me. So as I'm poking myself in the eye, and if it causes you to sin, gouge it out. Just being myself. Hopefully it'll encourage the rest of you that are paying attention to be just just as bold. Or pardon me, I'm gonna check this out. My bro went to Texas to get some stuff, and so I'm kind of dog sitting. I got little Annie and D, big old D, square D over there, and little old Annie, not to be confused with little orphan Annie. Oakley Annie Oakley, or however it is. I get them. You get the gist. The gunslinger, the Mrs. Yeah. Could you imagine if you were her wife and in Texas and got caught? Woo, man, be 3 sheets to the wind. Anyway, went to Texas to do some shopping, and so got them stalls all cleaned out to help them out a little bit, and gave me something to do. And it started raining this morning, so I wasn't able to do my workout out here. But yeah, just still kind of getting everything kind of situated, on top of juggling some balls for y'all, spinning some balls for y'all. But oh yeah, and John, Mr. Hall, absolutely, if you're led to bring on that bring back that phone in Wednesdays or whatever, man, that'd be awesome. If Mr. Pounders and Mr. Carico and that'd be awesome. But yeah, I got the last stall done, and now that'll give Sammy a chance to do the stuff she needs to do in the house. Get ready for her babies to come home, her horses. So that'll be nice. And then the previous owner, she was here last night, showing Forrest and Sammy the ins and outs and stuff, and where the water moccasins are down here. Like I said, yes, in yesterday's segment, the creek runs all the way down and around through the property. And she said that she really had no problem with moccasins after she filled that pond up there. And I think that's where she had brought in her daughter's mobile in on the 7 here, on the L-shaped 7 acres. And once she filled that pond, because she got tired of her horses being, threatened with the bites and stuff. And so they migrated down there, and she said that's probably the only place you'll see a snake around here. Anyways, the only place she's seen them regularly is down on that little bridge. So, but other than that, yeah, I got everything all cleaned up yesterday, and yeah, man, him and his wife have done so well here. They deserve it. They deserve all of this. What a blessing that they're sharing this bit of their journey with me. I'm learning a lot, growing, and hopefully I'm offering a few things that they can use, and all just sharpening each other. It's beautiful. So yeah, thanks, John. I really appreciate your podcast this morning. It was awesome. And Mr. L, I didn't get to finish or watch all of yours, but I just share because I love and trust your judgment. And so I love and trust your judgment. Pardon me. So I'll just throw my glasses to the wind for you any day, and just caution to the wind, and just share and share alike, because that's how we roll, with 2 capital L's. I really wanted to say that today on Tori's podcast. RO and double hockey sticks. But anyway, so let's see, where did I leave off yesterday? Well, let's see. So I got a little sidetracked when I left Sue and Angus, head back, spent the night up in the snow. It was awesome, actually. Woke up to the truck acting like it wanted to have me exercise an abundance of faith. Then she fired right up. Down the freeway we went. Let's see. What else? Oh, and right when Larry and Justin and all them pulled in for the first time here with all the stuff, while I was still bringing up the rear, days before I had gotten here, Larry's bolt in either his lower control arm or something to have to do with his steering, it was a major thing, they realized was missing. It had come out somewhere along the line, and his wheel just kind of, and it could have just shot off anywhere along the way. So they had to go down to AutoZone, which it's a blessing right here in DeQueen. There's AutoZone, Napa, and O'Reilly, like I said in the last segment, and a couple other independents. So they went down, got a bolt, and fixed it. But wow, what a blessing. And he's awesome. They're all awesome. I was able to pray with him before he left. We were still up at the cabin. Oh, and again, I thought I was in the Siskiyous, people. I wasn't. It's the something, the Choctaw, the I can't pronounce it. It's not the Siskiyous. I thought it was the Siskiyous. So I want to make that clear. Soon I'm sure I'll pass through there, but no, I wasn't that far up. I'm like, oh, this isn't the Siskiyous. I said, man, I was going up the mountains. I thought this was it. Like, no, we have more than one set of mountain ranges here. But right when I got to the top, before I got to the cabin, the Lord said, I want you to spend your last 50. I want you to have a steak dinner. I want you to eat something, have a steak dinner, steak and potato dinner. So I passed a few places. I stopped, and that's where I got that picture of that huge, beautiful blue ribbon Connie Corso, beautiful AKC with her handler. It was like, they sat me right in front of that picture. I was like, oh, man, well, nothing to see there. Had to snap a shot and share it on Facebook. And then I noticed this waitress was having a rough time. And of course, you know, I was led to pray over my food, and I was pretty hungry. So I wanted to eat, and I was led, no, just, it'll be there when you're done. Just keep praying. And so, you know, I don't like long drawn out prayers, and especially in public places, but our Heavenly Father knows what He's refining me to. So there I sat with that steak wafting up in my face, kind of giving me a facial as I'm just crying out, praying. And when I was led to finish, I noticed this young waitress, and this place was booming. It was a pretty good sized establishment, and I was sat right next to the bar. Because I was the only one, so they weren't gonna make room in a booth for me. But I was right in front of the kitchen, so I seen all the people coming and going, and this young lady was having a really hard time. And before I left, I told my server, I said, just go ahead and keep the whole thing. And she says, oh, well, thanks. And I said, well, yeah, but I would like you to give that young lady some of that money. I can see she's having a hard time, and I want you to let her know when I leave that we're praying for her. And she looked at me. She went to take a few steps. She stopped. She turned around. She says, you know, that's a really nice thing. And you know something else? This is her second day. And I said, well, there's power in prayer. And, but yeah, of course, there's always somebody watching. There's always somebody listening. Always. And, so just remember that we are those books that are going to be opened. We are the recording. We're those books, people. We're the epistles. We go from discipline as a disciple. We go from being under discipline to being epistles, open books, or not letting fear or the truth becoming us, keep us from stepping out and standing up and rising above, shouting from the rooftops. When you're led to say something, say it, do it. If not, then don't, and hold your peace. Because sometimes I find myself wanting to say things that I'm led to just be still and know. You have to know that you know. You just have to. You just have to. Well, how is that possible? Faith. And when it was explained to me, I didn't understand what faith was. Becoming, we are faith. You show me your faith without works, and I'll show you my faith by my works. And so once I was able to grasp the two-part, that where two or more gather, once I got the essence, once I got that other half that I was becoming, once I started to adhere to the reality of my existence, then I understood that this was definitely a process, and one that I was not just going to get all the answers to all at once, because I wouldn't have been capable of handling nor navigating and authoritizing and guiding mass people with justice and truth and sound reason. I wouldn't be able to do it. I would have been just like that old Humpty Dumpty. I would have fell off that wall. But yeah. And then, like I said about Peter, I always, because there's so many illustrations in the Bible about the lack of faith or the exercise thereof. And, you find faith in the Bible all over, but, until you really seek ye first and yourself last, you start to really taste faith. You start to actually suckle on wisdom. It just nourishes you just like a mother. And that's the things they take out of our Heavenly Father's word. You see, they want to demoralize our beautiful beloved women and our Mother Earth and wisdom as she is, was, and will forever be. You see, she gives birth to understanding, and that understanding spawns life. And yeah, he created us in his reflection, and that reflection is not going to deny Not going to deny himself. Just know that. Pardon me. Not going to deny love's reflection. Boy, that's beautiful. Love is beautiful. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. In the beginning, created the heavens and the earth. I thought that light was the sun. I'm like, man, when I first heard it, like, this is hypocrisy. I said, this is just shit. I said, look, it said light, now the sun and the moon. That love is light. And then it gives life, and then law, because without the law, we wouldn't know what sin was. Notice it's not is, was, and will forever be. Well, I'm glad that thing is cinched down real tight. It's going to be a thing of the past real soon. But yeah, so I got a little sidetracked, and I got to get new headphones. These things are crackling, kind of like old voice. Today, Tori. Yeah, crackling. You probably can't hear it. I can hear it in this, just because this thing is. I have a pair of cordless ones in there somewhere, but I'm pretty simple. I'll wear them until there's until there's holes in the bottom. Just wear them out. Pretty thrifty that way. My son says, Dad, sometimes you got to buy yourself new stuff, So yeah, I'm laying there on the couch. Tawana's packing my gut. And that weather stripping. And it's slowly healing. She's having to pack it less and less. And some months had went by. Like I said, I didn't go to the arraignment because I knew that Rose would just walk across the hall and just arrest me, and I wasn't going to their jail to recovery with a laceration, gutted like a damn Yankee catfish. Because believe me, I would have probably got staff or something would have happened in there. They would have made sure this place is filthy. It's as filthy. And don't worry, you're all getting audited. You laugh it up, buddy. Lieutenant, walked me down there just like a little child. I'll get this one. I said, yeah, the one. Yeah, all getting audited. So I wasn't going to go ahead and turn. The arraignment came, and I said, well, I'm not going to hobble myself in there. And, she's like, oh, there's nothing they can do. And, this, I said, well, by law, no, there is nothing they can do because I haven't been terminated yet. And I haven't missed any, and I'm in communication. I was always in communication with my counselor, Chris. Stayed in communication with him the whole time. Wrote him letters the whole time. Of course, I gave God's Way as my return address. Of course, they knew my address. It's just the numbers weren't on the trailers. Isn't that something? What are the odds of that? Now there are. They just put them on last couple of weeks ago. Just put them on a couple of weeks ago and didn't on ours, but and gave them an extension on the eviction. They don't want to get rid of them. There never was an eviction. So they said, no, I guess there was no eviction. It was just they're not renewing our lease. Well, we didn't have a lease. We have month to month. Well, because they can't get rid of anybody with COVID, but we didn't just not pay our rent. We're not like that. Anyway, so I wasn't turning myself into that yeah, I wasn't going to recuperate there because I actually wrote Chris and said, hey, I would gladly. Judge Murphy was still on the bench, and I thought I'd get a fair shot. Oh, I would have just walkered myself right on in there because I wasn't guilty. So I wouldn't have, and I was in good standing in drug court. I had no problem, and was just about ready to graduate. I was on my last step. It's the saddest story. One of the saddest stories. Was really doing well, actually, considering, because of all the good things that our Heavenly Father was leading me to, because I was crying out and I was in the midst of all this chaos and all this shit, and the enemy, Satan, the dragon, trying to kill me at every step, and me just keep walking into it, not knowing that I was inadvertently destroying myself. I didn't know, on top of navigating the flaming arrows. It was just a real shit show, really, to tell you the truth, baby girl. Yeah, we'll drink to that one. Anyway, so yeah, that crackle just like last night with my dehydration. Old dried dragon fruit. So that's how I know when I'm not drinking enough water, because I get a little crackle in my throat. So stay hydrated, people, because we are water. Oh, don't think we're not. It's them inanimate objects that aren't going to be with us here on Earth. I know you think I'm donating plasma again, huh? Sir, you're going to have to sit up. Yes, ma'am. Sir, you're going to have to. Yes, ma'am. Sir, if you're going to have a problem like this, sir, you probably may want to think about, yeah, you think so? And then they have me carry that warm, still, my life, my warm, carrying it up to the counter to get my $2.55. I'm exaggerating. I think it was like $40. But I sure as hell wouldn't give. Don't give unless you're led to. God, don't give anything. Don't give any of your fluids. Oh, and that's a whole chapter itself. They tried to get me to do that job before I said, you've got to be kidding me. I said, you got me messed up with this other clown here. I said, you can just take me to the hole right now. I'm not cleaning up anybody's body fluids. Anyway, so she's packing that up. I'm not going in, even though I got the attorney on my side and all that. Of course, I don't have my own attorney from the drug court. Said, nope, nothing you can do, nothing. I said, I'm not guilty. What if I get found not guilty? What if they dropped it? What if they shouldn't even have charged me? They should have NCF'd it. No charges filed. There's no problem. They had nothing. They're just, that's why it took them so long, like I said. I'm like, oh, no. Oh, Mr. Steen. God, it's like my little grandson, Mr. Steen. But I'll keep an eye on D and then make sure they're not. D! Pardon me, I just want to make sure them dogs aren't down there at that, messing with them moccasins down there. Anyway, so it's almost healed. It's almost completely healed up. Like I said, they were only looking for me for a couple weeks, and nobody was going to volunteer any extra information. And so I staying in contact. And a matter of fact, my counselor said, well, when you get all healed up, come on in. I knew better than that. Yeah, we'll just waltz right on there. Yeah, we'll just pencil you right on in. Because he didn't know, Chris knew, Chris knew also. He knew, but he didn't know the point situation, and neither did the judge. Murphy didn't even know, because when you don't get to that point to where you're looking into someone's file, see, that's the prosecutor's job. That's between the prosecutor and the public defender, and when they're crooked as hell, the judge has to, that's not his job to look into that kind of stuff, although it sure as heck should be. But so yeah, I'm just starting to heal them. I got these 2 spots that aren't healing up too awfully well. And she, Tawana is like, man, I'm going to pick this scab. And I said, okay, go ahead. I'm not a picker and I don't like, but go ahead and pick the scab. Cause it wasn't healing up. So go ahead, you pick it and I'll lay here and just let me know when I can get up and hobble back over to, cause I was starting to get around a little bit better, but still a little tender. She picked that scab and she went, ah, and I swear I thought she was going to say, I seen Pennywise. Don't you want your, she said, I said, what are you doing, man? She goes, oh my God, Daddy, we gotta call the ambulance. You gotta go to the hospital. I said, what are you, I said, relax, will you? I said, you're starting to worry me a little bit. She goes, oh my God, no, there's something inside you. I said, yeah, that would be my guts. She said, no, she said, there's something inside you. It looks like gauze or something. I said, well, go get the tweezers. She goes, no, it's not. I said, go get the tweezers and pull that out or I'm going to. She pulls out this 6-inch surgical sponge, this gauze. She's like, she's flipping out as she's pulling it out. Of course, I'm higher than, I'm Shanghai high. And off those oxys, and she's just pulling it out. I'm like, wow, man, talk about, whew, you didn't need a rabbit for that one. You just pulled that right out of there. And so we took it, we went to, her sister came, took us to, she couldn't drive the 4Runner, so she took us back to Tacoma General. And of course, right away, first thing, they just wanted me to shut my mouth. All they wanted, and I swear the first thing is, oh, do you need some more? Are you needing some more pills? I swear. And I'm like, no, I got plenty of pills. And I just want you to know I've taken a photo of this because I'm thinking, oh shit, man, I'm gonna get a few bucks for this. I wasn't thinking anything else. I was just thinking, oh, you silly sons of bitches. I wasn't, and they're all, and the sister and Tawana, they're like, oh my God, they could have killed you and this and that. And I says, man, they've been trying to do that for years. I said, man, we're getting paid. And the doctor's like, oh, he wants me. He's just like, oh God, just shut up, man. And I said, they're like, well, can we have this? Or, do you want to keep this? I said, oh, we got plenty of pictures of it. I said, you go ahead and keep it. I said, maybe you could recycle that. And, so about a month goes by and I go into cross the Tacoma General to the orthopedic for a checkup. And again, I got that second little scab. Now I'm getting around pretty well now. And that second little scab's still there. So I'm laying there like an old gutted Yankee catfish, just laying on the gurney. And Tawana's there, and the nurse is in there and she's like, yeah, Tawana's like, and this isn't healing and this and this. And, the lady's kind of, okay, yeah, I can see that. And same thing. And she said, I picked that and this is what happened. And the nurse is like, what? And she's like, yeah, we came to the emergency room and we had it in a baggie and this and that. And it looks like the same scab and same kind of. So she says, well, let's just go ahead. And she goes and grabs some tweezers and she picks it out. And Tawana goes, oh, there again. They stopped right there. They ended up calling some Middle Eastern lady in. I shit you not. This lady was responsible. She was the one I found out later responsible for, she was in charge of counting all the stuff that came out of me because she was the one that counted the stuff going in, and that was her job. They went and got her like that immediately. They went and got her. And Tawana, she's flipping out. And this lady, she's all, trying to be calm and stuff. And finally I was getting irritated with Ralph, and I said, Tawana, please. I said, would you just please just go out there for a minute so I can. And the lady said, yeah, maybe it'd be best if you just went out there. So she did. I can hear her. She's going off all the way down the hall. She's still, I hear her in the talking to the other nurses with all the patients. You know, they're probably wanting to give her a sedative. And the Middle Eastern lady, she's looking at this stuff, and I said, so you're the one that was, she said, yeah. And I said, well, how would those two, she goes, well, how, and this, God is my judge and witness. And again, you won't, as my judge and witness, she says, well, how do I know you didn't put that in there? And I looked at her and I said, lady, listen, maybe you should take that hijab off so that this will get through. No offense, it's not a, I'm not trying to be Islamophobic or anything, but this lady had obviously an issue with understanding normal thinking. I said, listen, there is not enough drugs in this entire effing place for you could have given to me enough to have me put that kind of shit in me, not once, but twice. I said, you got me messed up with this someone else. And when she seen that I was, she thought she was going to maybe, I don't know, explain her. But so it's funny how they brought her in there. And I didn't know, but I found out later after it was a little bit too late that they had a fund for people just like me, little old me. Speaking of little old me, hold on. Come on, Annie. She's a little dingo, half dingo. Serious, I'll show you. She's the cutest little thing. She's a half dingo, actual dingo dog. And she just, I don't know where they're at. I don't like this. Hold on a little bit, guys. D, Annie! If they don't come here real soon, I gotta go look for them. Because when the mice are gone, the cats want to play. Or wait, is that when the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, give me a sec. Oh, no, there she is. There's D. Where's Annie, D? Hold on. Usually Annie comes right away. D's right there. I'll be right back. Give me 2 shakes of a dingo's tail. And yes, I'll spare a square. I found her. Come here, honey. Come here. Come here. Come on. Let me show them. Oh, look. Look at her little dingo face. She's a little dingo. She's a widow girl. Huh, honey? That's what she is. She's a widow dinger. Oh, a little dingo. Huh. She likes to play. Every time I'm moving that rake or something, she's got to herd that. She's got that herd mentality going on inside her. Oh, that's gonna crackle me right out of here. Okay, is that a little? Bear with me, please. Don't wear out. Oh, there we go. I had to move that wire just right. Just right. And they're still sleeping there in my bed. So, let's see. So they send me away to teach me how to be sensible. Super bowel movement. I like Super Tramp. So I get home, healing up, and I get this impression to start watching this Alex Jones channel. I'm thinking, well, who's this damn Alex Jones? First time I watched him, I thought, son of a gun, I like this guy's voice. Oh, he's just Mad Hatter ass backwards crazy. I like this dude. This is pretty cool. And I heard this voice. I was really pressing in. Boy, I was in the forest. I was in that mycelium. My fingers were in it. My hands were in it, in that dirt. Chris taught me about getting in the dirt. Christopher Franklin. He had plants in his. He was a painter. He'd painted. He had all his own paintings and stuff. And he's an angel, all right. Definitely an angel. So I started watching this dude, and I started watching, was it Owen Benjamin? I was led to watch him, and of course, Gavin McGinnis, and see who else was on there. Let's see, another guy, another Middle Eastern, what's his name? Dinesh D'Souza. I love that guy. Still do. Old Dinesh. I like Dinesh. And then, of course, Ashley and Millie and all them, which they were just, nothing. It was Alex. I was like, I was more attracted to that greasy, grimy gopher. And but yeah, I was thinking, this is amazing. I'm so in between watching Alex and writing, having the impression to really get LOL stamped out. I was spending a lot of time and experiencing some supernatural stuff over in that forest, which I started Googling, and what came up was Bigfoot. And I thought, oh, shit, here we go. It's already bad enough that I'm impressed to think this earth is flat. Now, this is crazy. I ain't telling anybody any of this stuff, God. And he's like, well, faith come by hearing. And I said, yeah, but man, I'm going to be a laughing stock. And well, remember, it's not you. They hated me first. So count on it. You'll know you're doing something right. Talk about right over home plate, sweetheart. There I was, right back there, right behind home plate. And, we could just sit and write books about all the, quote, coincidences. We'll just call it one miracle after another, Millie. That's what we'll just call it. And it's in constant revision. It's just constantly being revised and realized. And oh gosh, I love it. It's in the eyes. It's in the eyes, just like Casey was talking about with those eyes. It's in the eyes. That's why I said, well, have you ever seen Rosemary's Baby? I'm not trying to. It's the eyes. Oh, and they can fool you for a while, but after that starts to, even old crapper, old Johnny boy. Oh, they've spent a lot of time and money on that also. Oh yeah, they know. They know you're not. You start pressing in because they know enough of us are going to press in enough to say, wait a minute, this isn't. Well, that guy can't be that bad because he did come out and say, and we've seen them just completely just fall. He's right. So yeah. Nope. Because it knows. It's an old. It knows you're going to find out already. What's the best tactic it could use to keep you on its side? Be forthcoming with you, for the most part, and even some of what it was privileged to know was from, like we discussed, from the book of the Fallen. From the Fallen. That's what I was experiencing in the forest. But I had my son had just gotten this really nice Mauser. It was all hadn't been sporterized or nothing. It was completely all matching numbers. It had every single nut, bolt, screw, to the most smallest minor detail had the SS and the swastikas. It was just completely. It was all trench arted up. It hadn't been cleaned. It was amazing. We were up at Packwood selling, and this was this was right in Memorial Day or Labor Day. They did the two big events up there for the 4-day weekend, and I wasn't at Helen's that yet. I was think I was with the other fella. I wasn't quite with Helen quite yet. Maybe I had been, but either way, he bought this rifle from Sean, a friend of mine. I told you Sean and the dude I bought Bonnie and Clyde from, that I ended up selling to the Oakland A's foot surgeon, him and his wife. Did I tell you guys about that yet? I don't know if I did. Anyway, so he got this out of a storage unit, and my son's like, hey Dad, see how much he's like, hey Roy, how you doing? I said, oh, pretty good. And I'm like, hey, what do you want for that little? And I knew that was a beautiful opaque white jade, nice piece, white jade that's almost transparent, is pretty valuable, and it's rare, especially if depending on the carving. And I knew it was older. It had it had a silver frame, and it said 800, and I knew that was European standard silver, so I knew it was probably before the turn of the century. It was a nice piece. Somebody had married that silver piece on it afterwards. I just know it was way earlier than that. It was a lotus flower, beautifully, and that jade, some of that white jade, is some of the hardest stone to carve, and they're masters. Those Japanese are masters at that stuff. Of course, I got a bunch of nice Damascus Japanese steel in there. Oh God, back in the day when Japanese, beautiful work. So anyway, I said, hey, what do you want for that? And he said, for you, Roy, $10. I said, $10? You make me holla. He said, for you, $10, Roy. I said, all right, okay. I said, what about that rifle my son's holding? What do you want for that? He goes, $250. $250 for you. And I said, no, that's too much, Sean. No, it's not. I was going to say $350. I said, well, I was going to say $100. He said. So I just told Donnie, put it down like that. So he put it down. He walked away from it, and I could read his beloved mind. He's like, Dad, I don't want to get too far. There's this guy eyeballing it. He's trying to be like he's not interested in it, but he's fixing to come right over here. He was at one of Sean's other tables. And I'm like, don't worry. And the minute he took 3 steps, and Sean said, okay, all right. What do you want to pay for it? And I said 100. He goes, no, too cheap. Too cheaper for you, Roy. Too cheap. I said, all right. What do you want for it, Sean? And I'll buy a few more things from you here. And so we ended up getting that a package deal. I forgot what it was. It wasn't. We both walked away real happy. So my son's looking it all up as we're walking back to our booth down probably a half a mile, and got one of the neighbors watching the stuff. So he's looking up. He's like, Dad, you're not gonna believe this. And I'm like, yeah, I probably will. He said, man, this is a German Mauser. Man, Dad, I'm looking. So he went and got himself my eyepiece. He started looking. He goes, oh my gosh. He started looking, because he's good at researching stuff like that, and he's like, Dad, this thing's worth a lot of money. And I said, really? He's like, yeah, this thing This hadn't been sporterized. A lot of times these things get swapped out. They're all matching numbers. I mean, there's trench art in it. It was a fox. It was actually a fox. Some guy probably, pardon me just for a second. Recording CenturyLink filled. So let's see, where were we at? CenturyLink filled. Let's see. Oh yeah. So he's like, Dad, these are all matching numbers. He's like, and there was a fox carved into the thank you, Father. A fox carved into the butt. And I knew from just being around antiques enough, I knew that hadn't been stripped down or nothing. At least I knew that much. I'm like, yeah, it looks like it's never been really stripped down or nothing. He goes, no, this gun is in really nice shape. So before we even left there, he had people wanting to trade him cars and all kinds of stuff for this thing. I'm serious. And I told him, I said, well, listen. I said, there's a big elk that I've been wanting to get over there. That big old 3-pointer, man. It's a 3-point minimum. I says, he's probably big enough now. I said, he's not too tough. And, he's right. I think I want to. He's like, Dad, he said, you better hurry because I got these people in line. And I said, well, if you just be patient, you'll get the right. He goes, there's already a few cars I want. So I took this thing across the way. Of course, I got my license and all that stuff for hunting. Oh, yeah. Yes, they give them to whoever they want. The doesn't matter what it makes no difference when you're getting a license from the Department of Fish and Game. So I'm sitting there for like 3 hours, just as still as can be. And when you're in the forest that's got the big thicket, when it's this thick, and oh shit, sorry, man, you guys I'm in the dang dark, man. You might as well be calling me feed me some poop, man. I'm like a mushroom. I should be getting out in the sun some more. Let's move this over so we can get chummy. Ooh, that one got a little distance on that one. Really hopped back. He said, I knew you wouldn't jump. He said, I knew you wouldn't jump. I'm sitting there for like 3 hours. I got pocket warmers. I'm not sitting out of style. I'm sitting simply, but I'm warm. And you're not sneaking up on me is my point in this thick. I don't care I don't care what kind of training you got. You're not sneaking up on me, especially in my forest where I've now been sitting for hours. So I'm sitting there and I get this sense and I'm thinking, wow, that big boy, I have a feeling he might be walking around the corner any moment. And right about then, these 4 whacks on a tree with such force and percussion, it was like a bomb going. I literally felt it. It was like a big bad bass drum going off in my chest, and I was shocked. I didn't even really have time to think about what it was yet. My mind was still reeling, and I was vibrating from this sound. It was crazy. It was something was rapping on a tree, and I could almost pinpoint the tree. It was a huge tree, and all I could equate it with was a giant with a huge stick, a big old bat, like walking tall, and just whack, so hard on this tree that it shook my frame, my little old frame. And I was like, okay. So I started to explain it away. I had to rationalize it extremely quickly because otherwise I was fixing to get scared. And that don't happen in little Donnie Steen's world much anymore. And especially here where I've been accustomed to be so comfortable. And I own this place. So that's not happening. So when that starts to take place, I get angry because that's how I've always dealt with fears is anger. And well, that's that's how I made it. Neighbors are way over there in their golf cart. There's a lot of property here. This is beautiful. He really scored. Oh, and it's all going to be restored. A beautiful thing. So I started to explain it away, thinking, okay, it's just that big old 8 point. We're in a monster, huge Boone and Crockett record. I know he was a record. That boy was huge. He had anomalies going on. That guy was a freak of nature. Huge bull. I swear that thing. If he was 700 pounds, he was all of 1,300 pounds. And so I thought it was him with his horns. And see, I knew better than that. I don't have to be an engineer, no, physics or the dynamics of mass and weight and ratio and all that happy shit that I'm just making up as I'm going along. To know that that's just not feasible, that elk did not do that with his antlers. All right, those things would have shattered. So I just knew that. But I had to keep telling myself that so that I could get up and get the hell out of there. So so I get up, and because this thing, like I said, it was so damn close that I don't understand why I'm not seeing it, but I'm sensing something. And I always felt like I was being watched in here. Like I said, I found dump sites over there. It was old Kapowsin. It was an old logging town. And Colleen, it's not Colleen. She said, it's Colleen. I said, well, okay. When she was a little girl, she said she's seen a hairy ape-like creature with breasts in that flat area that doesn't grow any grass or anything. It's completely, you could set a level to it. It's so level on a very unleveled terrain. It's perfectly a circle. It's the craziest thing. And she said she's seen one in that spot. I said, really? I said, I'm thinking in my mind, it's the same spot we go over with that drone. And I always wondered why it's the weirdest thing. Matter of fact, that's where I found that big mama cougar. She's at least 100 and, well, probably 175 to 250 pounds by how deep her pads were sunk into that clay flat spot. And then I've heard her just wailing over there. I thought it was her. Maybe it's this demonic fallen, this Nephilim or Rephaim or whatever they are. But definitely not natural, that's for sure. And so she's telling me, yeah, when I was a little girl, she says, she's third generation. They're like, she's the one I told you, she's one of the last homesteaders here. They forced her to get water and electricity and all that stuff. She told them to fly a kite, and they told her, oh yeah, we'll be hauling your ass out of here and herded. They told her, we'll haul you to Western State and him to jail. And but they don't like coming out there. Their phones don't get very good reception. But she said, yeah, she had when she'd hear the whistle blow, she knew her daddy was getting off work, and that was her cue to come home. But she said she'd never been bothered by anything over there, but she'd always felt like she was being watched too. And she said, I'd never mentioned to anybody because people think, I'm already, they think she's the witch. They call her the witch of the, because she's just different. She doesn't play by their rules. I like her a lot. Matter of fact, her and I grew one season together, which I swear I'd never grow with anybody. But again, well, you'll know what's in a tea bag when you see those buds start to form. You'll know what that money starts flowing in. People start, they just don't want to work for it. They just want a handout. So she's like, yeah, bro, I wouldn't even have brought that up, but she's like, yeah, don't. So I started going over there anyway. I wasn't going to stop going over there because, like I said, I found that dump site and Mother Earth was puking up, regurgitating, and just like a thorn in her side was trying to pass all the stuff that was in her. And every year it was getting closer to the surface, the roots and all the growth and stuff, and pushing out. Like I said, I was finding old hand blown marbles and stuff like that. And it wasn't like these things were just set there. You could tell they had worked their way up out of the ground. And so I've started digging these old bottles, and I got this fella that pays. He's a picker for people that have money and want bottles, and money's not an object, is not an issue for them. They just want old local bottles. So I started finding old toys, bottles, marbles. Matter of fact, that big boar skull that I gave that little kid, he said, "You're the nicest mister." I found that in that hole, and encrusted that, embellished that, did this little mosaic of crystals and the amethyst that me and Dean, I got the truck. We'd go up and grade them out of the mountain with dump dirt and grade them, and then I'd clean them up and put them on there. And anyway, I found that in there also, and I felt like I was being watched. And I found a couple of these really neat old bottles. Well, actually, I found buckets of bottles, but these two particular bottles I'd never seen. And I don't collect the amber glass too much anymore. I like the cobalt blue and some of the rare green and yellows and stuff like that. I don't do much of that brown. It's just too common unless it's a whiskey bottle. But these two, and certainly I don't do the old Purex bottles. That was when I first started. It's kind of cut my teeth on that and made a few bucks. But once I got a little more educated, once I got a little more educated on what I was doing, I started to advance to a little higher level of quality. And so anyway, I found these two Clorox bottles, and they're called something else. I forgot the name, but probably right around 10s, 15s or so. Still cork before the twist caps came around. And they have these really neat, like sexy old handles. And I was like, oh man, these are nice. I like these. I know I'm not going to get a lot of money for them, but I'm going to enjoy these. I'm going to sit. I'm going to look at these for a little while and smudge myself with their presence. And then I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to go ahead and just give them to somebody else. So I'm really admiring these. Like I said, I feel like I'm being watched. I'm like, well, it's probably that cougar or the bear or something. They're gonna leave me alone. I know the man with the upper hand. So I'm just enjoying life. Just living sober. And there's all that alcohol. She's got a job she's bartending now, running the restaurant. Now she's managing Culpeppers, and she hires my cousin, Crystal Nyland, which, like I said, miracle. They were on her jock to try to turn me in. They intercepted my letters, and we'll get to that a little bit later. But so yeah, a lot of alcohol going. So I had to spend a lot of time until I was starting to apply and implement the tools I had learned from Chris and Unhealthy Attachment Self-Worth Group and our class. Actually, they call it group. I was the only. Then people started calling it class too. It was funny. I didn't do that on purpose. It just happened. It just and Chris got a kick of it. He didn't say anything. He was quite the professional. But But yeah, so things were really going. Lord's like, you want to exercise some faith, huh? And then, like I said, I'd watch a little bit more. Alex a little here, a little there, and go on the live chat there, and but yeah, this one day I looked at these. I was like, man, these are some really sexy bottles. I was like, wow, two of these. I was like, man, this is a little honey hole. I'm like, I'm gonna go. And I was smiling. I could feel something like watching me just smile like a Cheshire cat. I was just so happy about these bottles. But yet I had buckets of bottles. I was taking them out of there by the bucket loads. The neighbor was watching me, and Kyle, and so I'm cleaning them all up and stuff. They're all dirty. I'm cleaning them all up, and I'm getting a pile ready to go up to Packwood and stuff, and whatever flea market I can hit the circuit of, and you see Sean and Dean. You just seen all the regular people, some new meat, which don't last long. Like I said, you see new meat coming in, you start running. I'll buy the truck full of stuff. Okay, thinking they're gonna go home early, and then they kick themselves in the butt. But some people don't care. They don't, But so yeah, I'm cleaning these all up and I still feel something watching me, and I'm just literally just not even just feet from the 50, probably 35 yards from the hole I had just dug, and I kept feeling the same stare. But I'm in my yard now, so I thought that was kind of odd. And I'm cleaning those bottles up, and I put those 2 bottles on my smoker. Oh, man, I'm gonna go ahead and just showcase these. I like these. And so the next morning, beautiful morning, I head on over to the forest again to spend time with our heavenly creator. And right on the path that I go in the same path usually, and I'll come out different paths. It just depends on. But I'm heading in, and right on the path is 2 bottles, exact same 2 sexy bottles that I had to stop, back up, kind of get my look, thread my sight through the trees to make sure those bottles were still on my smoker. I looked down, I looked up. I said, I've been around a long time, and this is the first time I've ever even seen those bottles, and I've collected these bottles for years on and off. The first time I've seen those sexy handled bottles, and now I'm looking at 4 of them, and these are clean. Okay, I just had to clean all these, and these are clean. I mean, clean. There's not one speck of dirt on them at all. Inside them, outside them, at all. And I went, wow, that is the oddest thing. So I had to know right then and there. I was like, okay. So because now, I'm wanted, and I wanted to make sure that, well, obviously it wasn't a set of handcuffs, but nevertheless, I wanted to get to the bottom of it. So, which I'm learning that when you are that truth and that wisdom becoming, all that knowledge is gonna happen. It's just a matter of time. So I've learned that today that I don't have to know everything, because knowing everything is exactly what we're becoming. That complete an entire entity of truth. So I go straight to Kyle's house, which was, a matter of fact, that's where that cop was backed up when BJ asked what he was doing, what he was doing there, because he was doing some gutter work for one of the tenants, and that cop was faced at Kyle's house. So I went straight to Kyle's, and I said, "Hey, Kyle." He's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Did you by any chance leave these 2 bottles for me over there. You've seen me come out of here with all these bottles." And he's like, "Yeah, I've seen you coming out of there with them bottles." And I said, "Did you?" And he's like, "Roy, you don't know?" And I said, "No, what?" And he goes, "You don't know the Sasquatch lives over there?" I'm like, "No." And he goes, "Those apples that you see me just throwing," I ask, "Hey, what are you doing?" He's like, "Well, I'm feeding the elk." And I'm like, "Well, why don't you just go over there like I do and just dump your bucket over there?" He says, "That's why I don't go dump my bucket over there, Roy." He goes, I'm scared to go over there." I go, "Really? What Sasquatch?" He goes, what are you talking about?" He's like, "Bigfoot." And I'm thinking, "Oh shit," I'm thinking about the boom, boom, boom. And he goes, "Yeah, the lady we got the trailer from, they had one of the biggest, they had a monstrosity of a trailer. It was huge. That's the one BJ is in now." And so he says, "Oh yeah, she used to sit out here," and she said she thought there was 3 homeless big huge black guys that lived over in the woods, and they'd come up from the lake about sundown, and she'd sit on her porch and smoke and watch them build the forts and stuff. And he said that he had respected her. He'd walk her dog, and she would watch their baby once in a while, and he didn't want to disrespect her, but inside he was going, "Oh my God, that's Sasquatch," because he was into this Sasquatch Chronicles thing, which he turned me on to, and that's where I had emailed Wes Germer, and he was going to do an interview with me, which he ended up not doing, oddly enough. Talk about thin. So so he's like, "Are you serious?" He goes, I won't go over there." He goes, I don't go, I will never go over there." He goes, and I was like, "Oh God, this guy's out of his mind." I'm thinking. But he was a fishing buddy of mine, and so I didn't, and we'd swap hellos once in a while. We weren't, we didn't hang out every day or anything, but I seriously thought he was completely out of his mind. He's like, "Man, you need to look this stuff up." So I went home and I started Googling, started pulling up all kinds of stuff, Puyallup Screamer and stuff. And I'm like, that sounded like what I thought was the cougar that was in heat there. And at first I told Tawana, "Hey, listen, man, I got to Roscoe up and go over here because there's some lady over here being raped and murdered in the woods. I'm serious." I said, "Because if you go down and she's like, "What are you talking about?" I said, "I'm serious. Did you hear that?" She's like, "No." And I said, "Well, you weren't outside." I said, "I heard something, and it was kind of down, almost down where I got busted, and she ended up leaving in the Zephyr. It sounded like it come right from that direction, but that was a little too far away. That was like a quarter, maybe a half mile from my house. This was just, I don't know, maybe 1,000 yards or so into the forest or so." And it was loud, and I thought, God, that's really odd. A woman to make a scream and have vocals and the air capacity to do that, it would have to be a giant or something. I don't know. But so I was heading in there, and I thought to myself, well, maybe it was just a cougar. That big old cougar. So, and it bothered me, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. It bothered me because I kept thinking, man, what if it was a woman that was in there? Just like when we were at Lake Fenwick and those big old frogs or bullfrogs, and then all of a sudden, old Ridgway got one of them, and they just stopped. The nature just stopped. You see, there's something to it. We're all connected, people. We're all connected. You couldn't get them bullfrogs to stop. You could yell, you could honk your horns, you could throw stuff in the water, you could all just start whistling, and these things would just like you could hear a pin drop. And so I stopped going over there for about a week because I started falling asleep with Wes Germer, and he had new episodes on, and I'm thinking, man, this cat, he lives just right down in Yakult. I'm like, man, this dude's just a hop, skip, and a jump. And I didn't know anything about Yakult. I thought, that's kind of I knew it was somewhere by Vancouver, but I wasn't too hip on the area. And, but I was listening to this dude every night. Would fall asleep with my cell and watch my fish that I inherited from my beloved son, the aquarium. Oh yeah, a few hundred gallons, that thing. At least I think it was 150, maybe two. But so I'd lay there and I started going back over there. Because he ended up trading that. He ended up and I was like, once I started going in there with my bow, it was like I still felt like I was being watched. Trees were being snapped about 10 feet above my head, just like they were twigs, huge saplings, just snapped. Almost like I started to literally navigate the forest and stay out of certain areas because these things were like letting me know, hey, stay out of this area, stay out of this area. So I did. But I didn't stop going over there because it knew I wasn't going to stop going over there because that was my only sense of sanity. You know, that was it. I couldn't go anywhere. I was wanted, dead or alive, and so I ended up bushwhacking a little spike by, and I go get my son. Before he got up for work, come over and brought the dogs over, baby girl, and I think he had just gotten Jax and Butterboy, and brought him over, and I did the old gutless field dress and got everything all quartered up and back straps and tenderloins out and stuff, and I just left everything there for the nature and coyotes and everything else. So we pack it out, and I recorded my deal. I always record my deal, but I won't turn in my tag. I'll just because I use it till I don't abuse it, but I'll use it until we have enough for our. But I do always record for the most part, and I've never had an issue with, hey, how come you just I just tell them. So um so I keep it everything we leave, and the next day I go back, and the thing's just completely, the hair is, it looked like it had went through a processor. It was the weirdest thing. um I've seen coyotes, they'll eat most of everything, but they're not gonna eat just the they're not gonna do what was done to that hide. And the rib cage had been, one of the ribs were broken. Those coyotes, there's no way they're gonna be able to break one of them fresh ribs like that. I know that for a fact. They could sit and play tug of war all they want, and the coyotes aren't gonna do that. Wolves maybe, but not coyotes. And this thing was snapped off like something needed to get up in there, and the thing was completely clean, like it had went through bleach. Kind of like those old cutting boards I was responsible for at Albertsons. They said they need to be clean, Roy, or Donnie. It reminded me, I got this, I'm on my cutting board again. That's how white it was. Just just completely, I couldn't believe how, and I was thinking to myself, wow, that's kind of odd. And that hair should, and it was moved. It was moved. Um, and So one morning, me and my son go in about an hour before, because I used to go in about an hour before daylight. I didn't want to disrupt anything. I would go in by myself an hour before daylight and either get in my tree stand or in one of my ground blinds. And I just loved being up in the morning and in the forest. I completely felt safe, even with felt like when I was, feeling like I was being watched. I just knew our Heavenly Father had me. And so, um, I was too old to start being scared now. So one morning, Donnie goes with me, and this is after I had this is after, like I said, this isn't I'm just kind of piecing this together because in this sense, because I've been to the woods so many times, there's no way that I'm going to be able to have it just, you know, you know, day 21, day 20. It's not, you know. So I believe when I asked Donnie to go with me this time, I was still a little unsure, and I wanted him to make sure I had his, because he has a small little arsenal also, and he's concealed, and he's got a permit and all that stuff. And so, you know, and plus going to bed with old Wes and some of these stories playing in my head, I thought, well, you know, I'm sure I can run faster than my son. No, I'm just kidding, people. So we go in the same path I always go in. And, oh, well, first, let me back up a little bit. Let me tell you what spawned this, me thinking I can run faster than Donnie. So I go in about an hour and a half before daylight. And that's right, because I had missed that 3-point, that big huge bull. I'd seen that bull. Something told me I was fixing to go home, and something told me, no, you go. Just like with the one I got on the last day of early opening season, something told me, no, go in a little further. And I'm like, oh, I've been sitting here. He's like, just a little further. So I kept, you know, I walked in, and man, I looked again. I said, what's that big white ass, just big white butt sitting there? I'm like, and I went, oh my gosh, it's that elk. My heart just started to, oh my gosh, I had to, well, anyway, I missed that thing. So I was spiked. I needed to get back in there. But that's when the wrapping happened on the tree. But I had to. I was torn. Oh, I was torn between two lovers, and it was just haunting me because I had to get back in there. You know that, you know, hunters that know, you know, you guys know. You're like, oh, I know, man. It's hard. You know, I love my sleep, but I have to make myself go to sleep because I think about all the fun I'm fixing to have over there in that forest hunting. And so, oh, and by the way, thanks for your prayers, man. My head's about falling off right now. Just started. And so I say, hey, Donnie, man, you want to, because I told him the story, and he knows I don't lie to him, you know, and he's like, all right, Dad, we'll go. And we weren't 10 yards in there, and ooh, like that. And he's like, Dad, what was that? And I was pretty startled, and I was like, that big old spotted owl we always see in here, you know, that the one I was feeding when I, you know, put my peanut butter lick up there, and it was bringing all the mice. And then, you know, coincidentally, people, that's why all these hawks and stuff sit on the freeway, because they know that people throw their food out and the mice come where there's the food, and then it's just a big old circle. So I'm like, oh, it's probably, and what it did, it was a very poor attempt at an owl, and it was. And looking back now, it's almost like it was warning something that we were coming in. And I said, oh, it must be that owl. Let's just keep pressing forward. And like I said, just a few days before I had went in, and because of that bull, in between the scares, I'd get the courage, and I'd just go up in there by myself, and way deep in there. And quite the faith builder. And so, what was I going to say about that? The owl. Oh yeah, that's right. So I'm sitting in one of my blinds, and I see a light, and I thought, okay, maybe that's just maybe one of the owl's eyes. But then there's nothing to to reflect or illuminate its eyes from here, and well, maybe it's the quarry across the way, but no, the quarry's down over that way, because you can hear them. They start firing that thing up at 3:30. That's why I said I wanted, I could have her making so much money with them quarry workers down there. They've been hauling stuff out of there for years, come right past there and then eat that garbage under that light, those lights. So I'm like, well, the quarry's over there, and so that can't be that, and there's no neighbors. I'm way too deep in the forest. And then so I'm staring at this little tiny light. It's a kind of a whitish, almost like a, I don't know, almost kind of a, I don't know, I don't know. I don't know. It's just like a little. It didn't have no ambient. Wasn't giving off any rays, no, or nothing. It just was like its own little. I thought it was an owl's one eye. And then the thing started to go down what I had to rationalize in my mind, the tree, because it was starting to go down. And I'm thinking, okay, well, I'm in a forest, and I know I'm staring into a forest of trees, or I believe I am. And so here's this light is starting to slowly move down towards the earth. And I thought, okay, that must be one of my neighbors. Colleen's neighbors, also an archery hunter, and him and I were the only ones in that close vicinity, because most everybody has a bunch of property. They'll just bushwhack the elk, because we got a resident herd, and deer like damn rats there. They're just they're everywhere. They're a nuisance. So I thought, well, maybe it's him. Maybe he's up. And so what I did is I took my flashlight, I flashed it to let him know, hey, I'm over here, and then next thing I know, that light started to rapidly come out of that tree. It started going side to side, or I thought it was coming out of, and in my mind, I'm thinking, that's way too fast for him to be coming out of that tree. Well, maybe he's got a light on a rope, because I have ropes up on my tree stand, and I have them hang, and I tie my backpack and everything up to that. Once I climb up the ladder, then I pull, because it's about 15 to 17 feet up, and I pull everything up. So I thought maybe he's lowering a light down. And these two lights, they start to come down, and now they're on the ground level, and they're moving through the salal, the brush. We got all this salal and salal berries and just all kinds of stuff. And these things are moving through this salal, and I'm like, okay, these are not people, and they're moving towards me now. And I'm like, okay, I'm not staying here any longer. So I get up, and I cuffed my flashlight, cupped it so there's just a little stream through my hand, just so only I could see it. But I knew the forest well enough that if I had just that little bit of light, I could run through it. And that's exactly what I did. I started hauling ass out of there, and I only tripped once. And this is thick. This is amazing. It was a miracle that so I sat. I call it the Sasquatch tree now, big, huge cedar, and I sat under it. And I waited. And I said, and I was like, man, I'm not. I stopped. I said, I'm not going to be ran out of here. And I watched, and those things, they navigated that. It went right to where I was at and started to come right fall. And I said, man, F that. I'm out of here. I'm done. I got up, and I went out of there. Then I strapped up. I went right back down another trail, and I started hollering and yelling. I thought, in my mind, I was trying to rationalize it was people. And that's being scared pissed me. That's how I dealt with my fear. And but no response, no nothing. Of course, I was just, and but yeah, just and then I go and I harvest my totem pole, and I attribute to Sasquatch and bear and the bear and God, it's slipping my mind, so I'm gonna just just pass it up right now. Anyway, so I went ahead and I harvested this tree. That's right, I planted enough. Got that right. Beautiful cedar tree that was calling to me. And my dad had just my biological dad just got done beating the crap out of some treated wood into submission into this beautiful, this amazing totem pole. My brother ended up leaving on the property for the people, but it, like I said, it had wings and all that stuff, and he didn't know that he was supposed to use cedar and fresh cedar, either white pine or something, and or cedar because it's soft and easy to work with. A matter of fact, they recommend that you cover it so it doesn't dry out while you're working on it. So, but he didn't. He had, and I thought, you know what? And I was led to do my own. So, he had given me the book and his chisels that he had just, boy, just beat that thing into submission. It was beautiful when he was done. It really was. The guy is awesome at what he does with woodworking, and so I cuts this tree down. Feel like I'm being watched, and peel the bark off it and everything, section it up, and I used every piece of it. Well, I go in the next day just to get I'm trying to get every piece, and on the stump that I cut, there was some rocks set right there. And I told Donnie, and he said, "You know something, Dad? I'm going to show you something." So we get in his car, and he takes me down to this clear cut that he was working for doing subcontracting for safe boats or military stuff, welding their their I forgot the name of those boats, badass boats. It's like little speed bumps. They got like 6 little bunks in them. Oh, they're amazing. Whew, they're tanks on water. They're aqua tanks. And so he's like, "I'm going to show you something." These huge boulders, these probably 3 tons, maybe 6,000-pound rocks that are sitting on these stumps in the middle of clear cut units that have been clear cut. So I started driving around. I started noticing the same thing, big, huge rocks. And like I mentioned in in my other segments, I didn't want to belittle Donnie because I'd worked in the woods. And of course, we were the yarders, skidders, and all that stuff. The state loved to exploit their children, their hell's troubled children. And he said, "Well, maybe one of the workers." And I said, I said, "Donnie," I said, that equipment is designed for wood. I said, they would never risk damaging their equipment and then to go find a rock that big and to navigate the whole unit to set it on there. And I mean, why would, I mean, that's a good theory, but I mean, it just doesn't make sense to me. And then I started seeing them, and I was going to take photos of them, but I didn't want to do that because I didn't want people over there. I didn't want people over there just, because you get people that just want to, do dumb stuff. And, I didn't want people over there in that beautiful forest, defiling her. So, yeah, but I just started spending more. Once I started seeing what was going on, and then the last deer that I shot over there, the one that I was led to go an hour before daylight. It was the last day of opening season. I still had some months coming up because they give him a break. The bow is first, then it's rifle, and then I can also use a lesser weapon. So I can hunt with a rifle, the rifleman. But I would not recommend it for you people that have guns that are out in the woods. They shouldn't. A lot of them they shouldn't be given a damn Red Ryder because they will shoot your eye out, not their own. So I wouldn't be traipsing around in the woods with any of them fools. So yeah, early and then late bow. That's kind of the little attaboy for bow hunting, is that they let you start early, and then like I said, depending on the influx or the breeding success of the deer, I can usually get either or sex. It just depends on how abundant they are. So um let's see. Let's see, Donnie, what was I talking about? The deer. Oh yeah. So the last day of opening season, I was led to go out into that forest, and I was really starting to become just at one with our heavenly Father, and I was like, so I was I'm pretty well, stop, drop, and roll when he asked me to. And he's like, so don't you think you should go the last? And I'm like, well, it's the last. I was already there this morning, and I don't usually go at night. And he's like, maybe you should just give it a try. Well, by the time I take a shower, here I am wrestling with our Heavenly Father. By the time I take a shower, descent myself, get over to that ground blind, because I'm not going all the way into the tree stand, because it's gonna be dark. And when it's already starting to get dark in there, how thick it is, it's dark. And believe me, it is dark. And when it's dark where I'm at, there's no street lights. It's just plain dark. So you better walk with faith, not by sight. And you know something? I got to take a pee. I'm not going to go very far. I'm going to stand right here. I'll be right back. Hold on. I got to pee. I got it. Oh, boy. Woo-wee. Be right with you. When I break down. Woo. Anytime now. I got people waiting. For Pete's sake. It's a fine time. Oh, Lucille. All right. Whoo-wee. You guys have been camping, right? Anyway, so oh no, we're not having that. Let me readjust this, people. There we go. Let me readjust that. Tighten this up. But yeah, the last hour, so I take a shower. Is it still on? Oh yeah. I take a shower. The whole process. Go over to the forest, take 3 steps in. I've got to go to the bathroom because I'm overly excited. I just went to the bathroom. I'm not wearing my Depends today, so I heard this voice say, "You better knock up." Oh, hold on. This doesn't want to sit here on this. I got my little fold out swap meet table, and it doesn't want to hold on to this very well. Anyway, so I heard this. You want to knock up? I'm like, I just took 3 steps into the forest. What do you mean knock up? There ain't no deer. He's like, man, just a little further. So I end up putting an arrow in took one out of the quiver and knocked up. I took 1 or 2 steps. I'm serious. And this deer acted like I had just shot him in his rear end. This thing must have been standing. I don't know how I didn't see it, but It jumped 10 feet. If it was a little bit more, this way it would have been over my head. And I heard a bunch of them running and then stop. So I took a few more steps to see if I could see it, and scan it through the trees, and I seen a silhouette kind of down, probably about 37 yards down into the thicket. And there's no flight path. This is not my designated hunting area, so there's no flight path. And I'm not going to just send an arrow through the forest. First of all, that's irresponsible, and second of all, they're not cheap. They're pretty expensive. I use those Slick Trick broadheads, and they're not terribly expensive, but good German Lux steel. And those carbon fiber arrows, they're like $70-$80 for just a few of them, just 6 of them, I believe, maybe only 5. So it's like sending $45-$60 through the aimlessly through the. And then, not to mention, I'm just not gonna. I was already kind of torn and perplexed a little bit about shooting something with something other than a gun, and knowing that it's just going to drop and not feel anything. I'm not about anything suffering. I don't care. I don't care what it is. People, humans. I don't care who. Nobody. I'm not into it. And so once I learned the Sean, actually, the old Sean helped me through that. See, you can take that which isn't and use it. And so that's what I did. I gleaned that from old Sean. Hopefully he gets his crap together. That poor wife of his. And then the children. And so I'm thinking, wow, there is no way. And I've got one knocked up, and I see there's this perfect line drive shot right at the vitals of this deer. And I've got a license to take either sex. It doesn't matter. And I can't tell if there's horns on it. It's, like I said, it's just a silhouette, and it's getting darker. And so I went ahead and I loaded that thing up, and I just took a deep exhale, and sent that thing. And just like old Uncle Ted says, the flight of that mystical arrow. I heard a whack, and instantly I thought, yep, it hit a tree. Well, the way that thing shot up, I thought, yeah, I must have hit that tree, because it was a solid. It hit something hard. I've shot stuff before, and it doesn't make that sound. I've never heard that before with an arrow, even though I just started. So it was new to me, and I thought I'd hit a tree. And then I seen all the other deer taking off to the right, and I was like, oh man. So I was going to pursue them, and I heard this voice say, son, is that the responsible thing to do? And I thought, well, I just hit the tree. And he goes, how do you know you hit the tree? I said, because I heard it hit the tree. Did you see it hit the tree? I said, no, but I heard it hit the tree. And he says, so you had a line drive shot. You felt good about it. You sent that thing with all the confidence and faith, and you seen that thing jump up. I watched it spin in the air. It just it was a buck and bronc. It just spun right around. I had that Hopalong Cassidy buck and bronc. It was one of the rarest ones. It was the Indian. Nobody wanted to be the Indian. Had the red Indian on it, bucking on that bronc. I got a lot for that toy cap gun up at Packwood. Anyway, that thing spun up, shot straight around, and then I was going to pursue the other ones. And he said, and first and second of all, those are deer. They're not elk. And you spook those deer like you just did. You're not gonna pursue those deer. They're not gonna let you stalk them now. They're already skitzed out of their minds. They're gone. You need to go look for that arrow. So I started walking in. I thought, well, I don't even know how this arrow flew through this forest like this, and that I even found a spot. I really had to thread the needle. I walk down, and I'm looking around. I don't find my arrow in the tree, and I knew that's where where that deer was standing. And so the leaves were just about ready to start falling out of the tree. And I'm looking down. I was about ready to walk away, and I heard this, look just a little further, just be patient, just look around a little longer. So I look around and I see this one leaf, just one little yellow oak leaf. And it was right at my foot, and it was yellowing because there was no other leaves on the ground. They were yellowing in the trees, and none of them had fell yet, at least in this area. And because that's something I watch. And there it was, that yellow leaf. And I looked and I seen just a little bit of what I thought was the chlorophyll starting to be, how the plants will start to cannibalize themselves when the leaves are about to fall off. All that nutrients is drawn in for the roots for the winter storage. And then as it falls, you'll see those leaves will start to turn brown, rusty brown, and and it starts, at least with on these particular leaves, kind of red, this beautiful little red spot. Well, I had this impression to bend down and touch that little tiny, it wasn't even a drop. This thing was a vapor. It was too small to be a drop. And I touched it and it smeared and it was blood. I literally just stopped. I just went down onto my face and said, "Thank you, Father, so much. Thank you so much." And I stood up and I heard, "Take 3 steps that way." And there's this huge fern. We got those ferns over there, and those skunk cabbage, they get big over there. Now I'm there's something going on over there, man. I mean, I'm talking big, kind of land of the lost, freakish big. And so this fern, I look and it looked like it had just been dipped in blood, except the one side wasn't. It just had, and I knew right then. Then I got on my knees again. I went, "Oh my God, I knew." I said, "Thank you, God. Thank you so much." Because I knew if there was that much blood loss in that short a distance, because I knew I had just shot it right there. It was I had to have hit it for sure. So it was getting too dark. My son's on his way home. Literally, just it didn't take me but you know 65 steps, and I was in the house, and I'm texting him, and I'm like, "Come on, hurry up, man! I got one." And he's, "Did you see it?" And I was like, "No." And he goes, "Yeah, you sure you got it?" And I said, "Yep, yeah, I know it, man." He didn't go very far, so it was pitch dark. We get the dogs all together and we head on over, and it took me a minute to find that, because you can get turned around in the daylight here, and then when it's pitch dark, and especially out here, it's like blue black. It's beyond dark. And so I said, "I know it's around here somewhere." And I found the fern, and it took us a while. But it was about exactly. It was about 37 to 47 yards. I would have estimated that shot. And I didn't have my rangefinder with me, so I didn't range it, because I didn't expect I expected to go to my ground blind, and so where I already had the trees. I had them ranged out, so I didn't have to lift my rangefinder up, and then that'll spook the deer. Any extra movement. That's why I don't sit and pull my bow down. I just rip that 70 pounds straight across. I don't mess around, because that every little movement you make is it narrows your opportunity. So especially when they know they're being hunted, and so I start seeing the blood trail, and I'm like, I found the blood trail, and it's thick. It's so thick that the dogs are having a hard time getting through it. And um, I said, "I see him. There he is." And it was that big old, beautiful. Well, anyway, I ended up doing the the gutless field dress, and I shot him right here, right there. I don't know how. I have no idea how that arrow ended up in his throat, what I heard, it was the back of his spine. I whacked the back of his. That arrow found its mark, and whack. That's what it was gone. The arrow was gone. It was just a hole right there. I took a picture of it. I found the arrow the next day. It's in my shed back at the in Washington, back at the house. But that arrow, it snapped. It must have been sticking out. It snapped that carbon fiber arrow off, and my nock was bent. I couldn't even hardly do that with a pair of pliers. That nock was bent, so when it went up over that one log, it must have snapped it off. And I was actually going to go back and cut that out of there because I didn't want even the coyotes, when they were cleaning up the flesh on that, I didn't want them to cut themselves on the razor blades that were, I'm sure, were just, stuck in its throat, its vertebrae. And so I go back the next day. I'm beating my I had, got it all. I'm smoking it up and getting it all, curing it up. If they're younger, I won't even spend time. Usually 18 days on ice, not on ice, but in bags, surrounded by ice. I'll pull the plug in my freezer and I'll just in there. Man, you could cut the stuff with a fork, takes all the gamey taste out of it, and then when you smoke it, it's over anyway. But you think you're eating a filet mignon steak, but if they're young like that, you don't even need to. So anyway, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna cut that out of its deal before the animals get to it, and it's just it's just gone. It's just gone. And I mean, no, it's gone, completely gone. That happened with another deer of mine. There was two of them coming in. Matter of fact, I was standing there. One walked right past me. I was so asphyxiated on the ones I heard coming in here. This big old mama, and I've left her alone for a long time because she's the one that drops them twins. She's got those twins, and she's always dropping those twins, and she's the only one. And so they just leave her alone. And she hissed at me. She snuck right up. I'm telling you, I see out of the corner of my eye, I went like this, and she just hissed at me and jumped and then spooked all the rest of them. That ruined my hunt for the day, boys. She got me good. But her and another ones was coming through, and I could have got both of them. I could have got her that day, but I didn't. I let her pass. I got the one, and they was gone. I went back the next day, and completely gone. And I brought my son with me, and very next, just completely just gone. It was gone, and I felt something watching me skin that one out, really intently watching me skin this one out. And I got the backpack all, and I remember I waved because by then I'm completely into the West Germer stuff, and I'm like, oh, it's Sasquatch. They're all scattered. They're everywhere, man. They're my friends. I might as well have been out there playing a flute for them. But I waved, and I heard our heaven say, "Don't. They're not your friends. These aren't your friends. You don't wave at them. They bow to you. They respect you and bow to you for reasons that you're not capable of understanding right now. But they're not your friends, and that's all you need to know." So, but yeah, a lot of stuff had happened over there. Lots of. Oh, and that cedar tree that I cut down to do that, the Sasquatch, the bear, and the beaver. That's what it was. Sasquatch, bear, and beaver. Because there's a big beaver pond back there also. So I wanted to. It came out of the forest. I was led to do it, and it turned out beautiful. It was my first one. I have even scales. I had to Google what even scales is in Greek. And I was just led because my first impression when I first got the Holy Spirit anointing and just the ultimate the ultimate realization of who it is we're becoming, it was out of a new international standard version, no, a new American standard, um, and it was, I think, a third edition, but it was a '70s edition, and when I was reading it, is that Mike Skiba gave me that book from the Union Gospel, and I don't know, it just was singing. It was singing to me. That's when I had when that judge said, "Sit down and be quiet." It was all out of that there, and so. But yeah, he said they're not your friends, and I remember Greek. It said it was translated from Greek and Hebrew, so I Googled. I was led to Google what is even scales in Hebrew, And the Lord said, "Son, the scales have fallen from your eyes." And I thought scales meant scales like snakes. He goes, "It does." And I said, "But you want me to put scales, and I'm to scales because you say that you're going to use me to shake the Justice Department." And he says, "Oh yeah, that, and scales also, justice, that too." And oh, believe me, she's been peeking the whole time. Oh, it's not blind. And so it's all just was all just starting to materialize. And so it just there was in that great harlot, she sits there on many waters. Of course, there's that target on her, and I honestly I had no idea what it was I was doing. I was just doing it, and I knew what I was doing was right. I just knew it was right. So anyway, I go over. Not only were them those rocks on that stump, but they had taken. I say they because I don't have it. They had taken a cedar tree and just pulled the top off it and stuck it in a stump that had been just completely eroded down to nothing. The only thing that was few people that have been in the woods enough, if you see a forest that has biodegraded enough, the stumps will keep it's like its outer shell, and the inside will be completely rotted away. Well, where I had shot that deer, the one right as I stepped into that was the one of the main trails that I would use. The elk and the deer and the wildlife would also use that uh, that trail. Well, on that trail was a big eroded out um, um, piece of timber that they had logged probably 90 years ago, because you could see where they had responsibly went through and just kind of thinned a little here and there. They didn't just wipe it out. um, this was part of the old logging remnant. Well, they had stuck right in there a fresh cedar, because that's the only piece that I had left just yards away, because I had fell that tree just a month or so before. I'm over there working. I can see they're watching me as I'm working on it, and it's like they're like it's crazy. So I go over in between working on it, and here's a cedar, and it's fresh. It was just, and I literally, as I'm going over there day after day, I'm watching it slowly wilt and slowly turn brown and slowly die. Well, when I first seen it, I went, "Oh, this is great." So I went straight. I just had to walk and take 35 steps to where the top of that tree was laying, because, like I said, I took everything, even the stuff that was too naughty to use. I used it anyway. I wasn't going to leave any of it. That wouldn't be the responsible thing to do. And for God's sake, if I was going to get busted for taking anything, I might as well just take all of it, right? So, there it was, just stuck right there, and I had to run right back to that tree and say, "Okay, that's good. I know the top of that tree had better be missing off that tree and it was there, and this one was stuck right in there, like this is what's going to happen if you keep doing or something like that." I don't know. It was so they don't like chainsaws. Come to find out, no chainsaws, and I said they don't like chainsaws, and they don't like firearms. Once I was in there with that bow, it's like it didn't, that firearm. They didn't like that at all. But yeah. So there's a few other things that happened also. What was it? But yeah, and then the dump and all that. See, all that stuff. I just come into the realization of why I was there, to be aware of all that, and then all the stuff with the dumps are coming up. And so anyway, I'm watching axle grease, and let's see the flat Earth. I'm getting to know that honeybee and Tammy Wentworth. I still pray for you, Tammy. Something tells me that somehow she got ran off. Then the old dude that always had the cigarette used to always try to flip me shit, but they'd flip me stuff because they knew there was something different about this one. They didn't know completely what. And so they were, they kind of wanted to put me in my place, but they didn't know what place that was, and they didn't have that. They didn't even have the authority to do that, and I didn't know that they didn't. But I was just led to be humble and to love them, and they just thought I was the people just they don't. They're afraid of things they don't understand, and I just continued to I was learning a lot about myself, our Heavenly Father, about people, and just about how to navigate this life on life's terms, and to exercise patience and sound truth and some humility. So which was all becoming which was all new to me and becoming quite fruitful. So I was actually gleaning from the benefits of my labors, and the more I start pressing in, start doing the getting the book rolling and stuff, and I was led to find an editor, and I got this freelance editor named Christopher, or not Christopher, um, Jonathan Clark, and I checked out a couple of his references, not as thorough as I should have, but it was just me, and I wasn't going to burden any of my young adult children who was in and out of the house. They were doing their own things. So it was now she was pregnant. I think she had just had Michael, and we'll get into that also about the nurses that would come over and the little special studies that they were doing, and I wasn't really liking, and but it just could have been just I don't know, maybe my overactive imagination, although I don't believe it was or is. So and then Don ended up getting the trailer up front, that little trailer, around the same time. So I meet Jonathan down at the tavern, and I basically let him know, I'm a Sabbath keeping Christ like uh, individual that have because he wanted to know what the book is about and stuff, and I gave him a brief rundown and said, I'm just basically, and I don't know that you are, and it's not. He goes, well, I'm not. I don't really. And I said, well, that's. And I'm thinking to myself the whole time, are you sure, Lord, you want me to use this guy? And he's like, just keep a little bit further. Just keep pressing forward. So I ended up signing a contract with him, and he's like, well, so okay, so if you're a you say you're a Christian, and I said, well, I guess, yeah, yeah, for the lack of a better term. He said, so do you want me to put this under, like, do you want to put it under self-help, under a Christian, or what do you want? Because I had already had an offer from Christian Faith Publishing to publish the book, and then, matter of fact, they were pretty much all about ready to sign a contract, and then something happened where I get a call, and they said, there's no way we could do this. This is just way too graphic for us. And but they had already sent me the deal. I mean, we might as well have just went to the book signing already, because they had it. It was the enemy. So, which is fine. I'm glad it worked out exactly the way it was supposed to. So, and then also 3ABN, like I told you, I had spoke to Hal Steenson, believe it or not. Hal Steenson and his beloved wife. I had a lady that said, would you be willing to come on the program and share your testimony? And I said, absolutely. But this is right before the incident on Hosmer. I was still actively enrolled in drug court, and because she asked me just a brief description of how I'd come to be aware of the Three Angels Broadcasting Network, and I told her the quick just a quick little rendition of the TV the analog that when it went to, and she went, oh yeah, that would do it. And I said, yeah, and it just persisted. I had two channels. There's two paths you can go by, but in the long run. And so, and they both came in crystal clear. So, so I hired this guy. About 9 months later, after all this stuff with wait a second. I want to make sure I get the time frame right. Because I believe it was the same time I was still communicating or believing that's what was happening with individuals online, and um, because a lot of you guys were being bamboozled too and manipulated. So, um, so yeah, 9 months later, he finishes the book and he asked me. He says, I had to get an alternate bank account and through my Timberland bank because that's one of the requirements through to have an account. He says, how much do you want to charge? I said, as little as possible. He said, how about 19? I said, no, like how about 9.99? And I thought, well, God, that would almost be like a six. And I said, the Lord says, don't. We own these numbers. It's the intent. They're not. So I just wanted it to be affordable. I just wanted everybody, if I could, I wanted to give it away. And he's like, well, at least allow it to pay for itself. He goes, this is a good story. He goes, man, you mind if I'm co-author? I said, absolutely not. There's no big eyes or little U's. It just came right out of my mouth. He said, yeah. He's like, really? I'm like, absolutely. So we're sitting at Starbucks after I've given my new account number. I've got the Library of Congress, which I had to have that filed with the Library of Congress to have everything all legal for copyright laws and all that. That's one of the requirements, I think, for Amazon. For Amazon. And he says, now I can help you market this also. He goes, I can't believe it. He says, this is amazing. And I says, well, John, if you want to know the truth, I said, this isn't just part of it. I said, I had to get this going. I said, because it wasn't doing it itself. And so I had to get it going. I said, this is long overdue. And so he strokes that key, looks at me, goes, so how's it feel to be the author of your own published book? And I said, well, really, really good. And I said, well, how's it feel to be co-author? And he says, really good. I said, good enough. So we parts ways, and I get copies they're selling. A few days have gone by, and I get a call from Vicky, my dad's ex-wife, and she says, hey, Donnie, have you read your book yet? And I said, I was being a smart ass, pardon my French. And I said, why would I read my book? I wrote it. And she laughed and she says, well, you might want to check it out. She says, there's something ain't right. So Tawana, she had already downloaded, and I think it was on Kindle. She said, yeah, I've been kind of reading it. Yeah, it's something's. I said, well, why didn't you say something? Of course, whatever. But yeah, I had to call Amazon and tell them, like, pull that shit. That's not what you guys got. That's not what you were sent. And oh, well, we're whatever. So that was that. And then I thought, well, maybe this is what I'm supposed to. Is that what this is? It's got some intern positions. I don't want to be an intern. I'm not living or gonna be working for anybody but you, Father. I said. He's like, just a little bit further. He said, I want you to, and so I said, okay, so am I going to use this platform so that I can like market my story? And he goes, yep, that's exactly what I want you to do. That's the motive I want you to be under that impression of. And so that was it right there. I thought, wow, right on. I said, oh, this will be perfect. Cause this guy, I said, him and I said, man, I said, he's a bit out there. I thought I was out there conspiracy wise. I said, but this is quite this guy here, boy. Whew, he's gonna make me look squeaky clean. And so, oh yeah, he's so in between all this time. Um, of course, like I said, I'd be visiting my grandson, and the nurse, he had something going on with him. I don't know exactly what it was, but they were keeping some close tabs on him, and he uh, he just started he wasn't able to go poop. They had to induce a bowel movements. I mean, sometimes a week. I mean, literally, they had to take him in, and he just now on his own. I think a couple weeks ago, and he would cry. He would cry and cry because he couldn't go poop. He couldn't go poop, and and then when he did, it would just, man, he was so backed up. It would hurt him. And he just the last couple of weeks ago started going on his own, and he's like, he's almost 5 now. But yeah, there's just something was going on. They'd given him some kind of, sh- something back, and because he had something going on with him when he was an infant. And then they started to pay a lot of extra attention to him. And I'd go over to the apartment, and you know he would come and sit on my lap, and the nurse would just look at me the way she would look at me, um, the way I was holding my grandson, the way she'd look at me, like it's like she didn't want me to hold my grandson, because my grandson's condition would tell me what it was that she was doing there and why she was there. And that's exactly what was happening. And I didn't know how to tell my daughter this, because my daughter, her and I are a lot alike. She'll just tell you like it is. She'll just tell you like it is, and she's not like my son in that respect at all. She's very much like her daddy, and so I kind of so I have to, and she's very much like her mommy also in that sense, and like her daddy. So she'll snap in two different fragmented ways, and it can be yeah. Yeah, it's one of them deals. So, and I love my daughter. We're close, becoming closer. But she knew what I was laying down, and she's like, "Dad, there's no way they would." I'm like, "Well, I don't know, man. Just doesn't seem right. Just a host of crap, host of problems, host of issues. Just things that behavioral, some things, and just such a loving boy. And you just see it. He wants so bad to be natural, naturally just. And it's like these damn fools. They're trying to freakify all of us. And but yeah, so I just so anyway, I pulled the book off. So I started to edit it myself, is what I did. I had my son download a program, and I started to edit it myself. And I swear, like I said in the last few segments, it was either 60 or 90 days on the money. I know it was about 25,000 words in. And if I thought about it too long, it would literally, it would hurt. My head would start to ache, because of just like I said, I have to go to the beginning. He says, just start over, just go to the top, just meditate on these things that are good. You'll know when you go and you start reading, you didn't do this on your own. You're not alone. So don't think I've left or forsaken you. I'm just trying to refine you a little bit, and just to strengthen you up a little bit. So don't just take a few more steps. And sweetheart, that was cool. I was a little closer. Just one of these times, just say hello, and we'll just go from there. I'm good with that. I've known about that for a long time. And about the husband. Well, suppose the husband has the same stuff, but you never talk to him to find out. So, it's communication is just so important. Our Heavenly Father knows exactly what's going on between both of us, and in and around and through our lives, our past, present, and future, and all that stuff. I just leave it to the man with the upper hand. So either way, Um, but yeah, so I just knew something was shisty about that whole deal. But my daughter, I didn't want to overextend my psychosis onto my overactive imagination. But I just knew it. And so I'm editing about 25,000 words later, just everything and they laughed at me. They laughed and laughed and laughed, made bets on, how long it'd be before I ran over and had a straight shot. Johnny Walker Blue? Shit. Um, so I said, listen, I don't know. He's like, what'd you do, Dad? I said, nothing. I did what I do every day. I got up, I prayed, I did what I do, and I started editing for hours until I had to get up and move around, go over to the forest, and come back and edit some more, and then go, oh wow, I could add this, or maybe I should take to subtract, kind of expunge that. And so the second time around, did it again about 25,000 words later, man. And bam, I just said, you know what? I'm gonna have to. And that's when this whole going on Axel Grease's platform will help me at least gain enough of to get the prompt primed to where once I get rolling in this journey in this story, people are gonna be like, "Are you serious?" And then people are gonna identify with the story, and a lot of people are just gonna come out and go, "No, I know him. I know that guy. I know him. I remember that dude. I remember that guy when he's here. I remember. I know his brother. I know his friend. I know." And or just that you identify with because we all can identify. um so yeah, and like I said, I'd seen Millie Weaver there. Millie uh, uh Miss uh she went to Florida for her grandma. I figured she just got the hell away from old Axel. I was like, yeah, that's a good one. Just go. I'd help grandma too, sweetheart. Get the hell away from him. Leanne McAdoo, and old Ashley. Poor Ashley. What a piece of crap he is. Poor Ashley. But it's just a matter of time. Let's see. You know what? I'm gonna try to reposition this. Just bear with me, people. So yeah, so I thought, I'll just go ahead and I'll use his platform, to showcase the story, and then I will also use that because my dad. He had just was successful in winning a lawsuit against the Catholic Church when he was a little boy. He was, they were in. His mom had him. They were all Catholics. On both sides of the family, they were all big Catholics, and so just bear with me. We're gonna get it sooner or later. So anyway, he had just won a big lawsuit, and he gave me the name and referral to this big one of these big attorneys. Matter of fact, his last name's Cochran, which I have a friend named Wayne Cochran who helped me. He was one of the ones that helped me escape from Jesse Dyslin Boys Ranch from old Johnny DeBuy. His name's Cochran. Well, anyway, this guy Cochran, he started the law firm. He was probably a victim or something. Anyway, he'd given his little background story, and I looked into him just a little bit. He's from Shelton, oddly enough, from Shelton. And oh well, I've done it now. Well, see, what I did is I used this mic holder, which isn't for this one. This was for the cheap gold one that I got, the $40 one on Amazon. And so now I'm paying for it. So anyway, yeah, so I was going to go ahead and have them take my case, that class action suit against the state of Washington, because there was a bunch of children that once the story came out would have just been coming out of the woodwork. just like I said, they would have been here. Let me just pull this down. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna have to pull this off or something. Pull this completely off. There we go. So it would have been a multi-billion-dollar lawsuit. It would have broke the state of Washington, and they couldn't have that. The Lord let me know, exactly what was going on, but He didn't let me know at the time because I would have acted a fool. So yeah, I go ahead and they take the case. Matter of fact, not only do they take the case, but they had to get a team of people dictating what I was saying. I kid you not. They had to bring in not a team. They had to bring in two more people to write down this stuff when they were asking me questions. And all I did, because I knew, just answer the questions they asked. Don't go into anything because I wanted to get out of there anyway, and I just wanted to, and I was just led just to do that. And so I asked the questions they asked, and they were asking some uh, 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 pretty descriptive questions that would have led into an explanation that just got a lot of them to. They were trying to be professional, just their jaw dropped. So long and short, a guy named was Cole Douglas. Cole Douglas. Colleen and Cole. This guy name was Cole Douglas. He was one of the investigators. And I asked him, I said, so let's say that the state uh, refuses to admit that John Dubuis, Bob Brotherson, or let's say Jesse or Gene Slover, or any of the other the people that worked at these facilities, the Ryther Child Center. What happens if they deny that they worked there? He said, "Oh, well, we're trained in investigative, um, you know, that's what we do. We're professional investigators, and we'll dig, and the technology is such now." He goes, we will we'll find what we need to find. And so I'm like, okay, great. And he's literally, I can tell he's gobsmacked after now hours have gone by, and they've got pads of paper that they're writing stuff down. So I started signing. I had to go back in and sign all these releases. Once they took my case and they went after DSHS, and I still have the box of papers. I shit you not. It's literally it's 13 pounds 9 ounces or so. I'm exaggerating a little. It might be more. Might even be a little. Maybe I'm undershooting. But just it's a shame itself. Just the fact that there's that much paperwork on one child alone is a crime itself. Just, well, not to mention the damn trees it costs to facilitate the ink and all the to furnish the pulp and all that. It was just a shame. So nothing in there about none of it. They just completely sanitized my records. And like I said, I don't know if you remember, but when I was on my one-on-one with Kent Hitchings, um, he asked me about Bob, and so it was in my record. Somebody, somehow, somewhere, some way, somebody said something, and it was a red flag to somebody, and they weren't gonna, back then that got inserted. Well, that had been expunged. They had taken that out. So I knew for a fact that was recorded. I didn't want at the time when he was saying, "Hey, who's this?" I didn't want that to be recorded because I was thinking to myself, "Holy smokes, man, that nightmare!" And I like this guy. This guy, I looked up to him like a big brother, almost like a dad. And he just said a name that completely just I used to hear that guy's voice in my ear. Shh, Steve, shh, and so, I completely, I was like, shit, that was, and I was like, what? He's like, yeah, this is, And he's like, look, I did the math. There's no way. And I mean, I wonder why nobody. And then he just he seen it was bothering me, so he just stopped. He just dropped it. But he even let me know in a roundabout way, yeah, this doesn't make sense. Well, of course, he pulled me over there in Lake Bay, and I'm going this way. You slow down. So they never called anybody. They never called. They never called Sue. Of course, they couldn't. Martin. May he rest in peace. Daryl Birch. They never called Daryl. And then Forrest. They never called Forrest. He's still in Texas. He should be back anytime. Danny and Dee have been so good. They've been such good babies. And he gave me a key to the front door. We're trying to get a burn permit right now, so we got a lot of stuff to burn. The burn permit going, and then I'll be able to. I got the thing to gate the combo to the gate and the key, so I can start doing what I need to get rolling too. Do a little bit of labor around here and make a few extra ducats. I got some money. You guys have blessed me. Thank you, Heavenly Father, with some things just came right about, man. Whew. He said, I know what's in a tea bag after putting you in hot water, son. And so but I'm just going to stack. In case anything, I like to have a little in the, now that I'm out of money bags, and I'm going to stack a little bit for a rainy day. And then that way I can help people out. It's a little ironic, don't you think? I guess a little rainy day. So let's see the book. Where were we? Book. That's right, Bob. The lawsuit. Yeah. Anyway, didn't call anybody. Didn't call any of my witnesses. I know I know all of them worked for the state. I mean, I don't even need to go into detail. They were all in on it. They're all just a big old, it was like a kiddie porno ring. They were weirdos. They traded Polaroid pictures of us as like people do pogs. They were freaks. And I'm talking people in very high positions of authority in the Capitol building, and Inslee, he's just that's just they're as evil as can be, these people. And they look, they sound just, and he was against old. No, it was all just bullshit. It was all bullshit. It was all BS. But yeah, they I've spoke to all of those people. They know. They don't they don't they don't want nothing to do with me. Matter of fact, they don't want they don't want me even spending any time thinking about their situation at all, because it's just growing dimmer by the minute. So, let's see. So yeah, just amazing things started to take place. Of course, me and Alonzo started getting pretty close, and he also was like I said, his dad was a pig farmer, a Southern Baptist preacher that was just completely. He was just a real just a real religious kind of guy. Raped his sister, got her pregnant, drove the mother completely plumb crazy out of her mind. And so he's so angry with our Heavenly Father that but he got to at least get a small glimpse of what a real relationship with Christ is like. And so now it's on him now. But I'd seen him not long before I left, and matter of fact, that's where I got my barrels. Hey, I just told you guys that. A lot of miracles went on over there too. A lot of miracles. He don't raise the pigs no more. He finally got rid of them. He's like, they're not cost effective. And let's see what else. So I'm about ready to take off um, on my trip down to see axle grease, but there's so much that's going to take place. I want to make sure that and I got started a little later than I wanted to, but it's just the way things rolled. I had to move all this stuff out here. It was too dark in the room, and before, years ago, I would have just said, it's too dark. I'll just do it tomorrow. I'll just do it tomorrow. I'll just do it tomorrow. And then, tomorrow turns into next week, a month, a year. And then you got a couple decades to go by, and then shit, you're wondering where the hell you pissed your life away at. So I'm just done with that. I'm done. Lord's blessed me with a little bit of youth. I'm regaining some of what I pissed away. I certainly wouldn't waste pissing on somebody. Jesus, man. Can you imagine? Mm. Yeah, that was awesome, Tori. Oh, you are good, girl. Woo-wee, you are good. You guys are all good. You guys are all good. And I get it. You just got to dip your foot in the water a little bit and this and that. And oh, yeah, they were out. I don't, like I said, I don't just sit there and stare at that. I got things I'm doing. But when I'm led to look, and they're getting desperate, those. And in their desperateness, it's that goalpost. Their goalpost. They're showing you just how much progress you're making. That's what's happening. They're showing you just how much progress they're making, and it's amazing. So when you don't see it in yourself, know someone else. They are, because if they weren't, you ain't bothering it. It's not bothering you. And the minute it starts bothering you, you're doing something right. So, how much time? I'm only 1:31. All right. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and I'm gonna go get a little bit of water, and then I guess I'll just roll with it and start just where I'm led to start about this. Of course, man, the day I seen you for the first time, I'll be back. So I'll make it back so I don't lose my eyesight. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Got a little chilly. I had to put something on. Is this the one I'm looking? Nope. How about that? Yep, that's the one. That's the one. Anyway, so I went ahead and just heated his up. He left this before he went to him and his wife. He forgot this underneath the Keurig, so I just threw it in the microwave. I did have to fish out a few undesirables, but hey, my tummy won't know about it. Anyway, so let's see. So I moved my computer from, I remember exactly where it was at. And I had seen all the people there, the guests and stuff on Alex's channel. And nothing special, just people. Neat people, just people though. And kind of starting to spend a little more time in the morning, and of course praying and communing with my Heavenly Father, and talking to people on chat, getting to know individuals, and individuals I thought I knew. No, I'm not. Don't read into that. I'm just, there's a lot of you know how it is on there, on the live chats, how it can be. People are starting to become a little more bold now, actually, uh, in a good sense. It's not. It almost seems like it's improved in some ways. But anyway, so I'm kind of learning about the live chat stuff, and kind of um, watching, seeing what people are saying, and just kind of navigating myself, uh, just seeing what it's all about, because it's new to me. Like I said, I'd only watched online maybe a few of what was his name, Ventura, Jesse's some of his stuff that was recommended to me, and I thought, this is way out there. Shit, this is perfect. Him and Axel get along great. And then of course I started watching Steve, and then I got hip to Steve. I got hip to Sheila Zelinsky through Steve, and there was some stuff that I just I mean, I was just out to believe everything. I tried to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, because I didn't like it when people judged me and they didn't know, what. I mean, this is just the impression that I'm under. So I had, and some stuff that I thought was just completely far fetched, I just stuck with it, and I didn't try to judge them. I just gleaned what I could and then just left the rest. And I liked Steve. I love Steve a lot. I pray for him every day, and his children and his interests. And but yeah, just completely, just some of the stuff is just, it's way out there. Um, and even more so today than even back then. But I don't know where he stands today. Like I said, people, boy, the beautiful thing, man, it happens in the twinkling of an eye. And so, like I said, I was more focused on Alex, and not even so much his guests, not even so much his his reporters, just him, his antics. Uh, he was just he was entertained. He was entertaining. So I was engaging in the live chat, and I started to engage, and and so the Lord was he was having me really open up the throttle in some areas, and it was making an impression to the point where I had to eat a lot of humble pie. You want to talk about bye bye Miss America pie? Uh, I was, and oh no, we weren't. She already knew that I had gotten enough good mental health counseling from a clinician that I'm absolutely certain was heaven sent, uh, to straighten little Donnie Steen's head out of the little pickle they tried to they wanted to. They couldn't just outright just destroy my sanity. They wanted me to kill myself because they couldn't do it themselves, and I didn't know that. So, um, she knew that it was she knew, and I was just becoming less and less dependent on um, on things that were just dead set out to harm me. And although I was able to see some of it, I just wasn't able to do anything about it. I didn't know that I had the authority or the know-how or the fortitude and the I didn't know I had the legs to carry me out and away from something, you know, like that. I was so I was so in bondage with this unhealthy attachment, having low self-esteem, and just becoming, coming from such a tattered, dysfunctional, traumatized background that I was just, I mean, there, believe me, if I can do it, if my brother can do it, anybody can do it. The enemy's, it's a liar. It is a liar. Whoops, apologize. I was trying to put my foot up on the table. Well, I just like I'm at home or something. Um, but yeah, so things were, and it wasn't easy. It was difficult to navigate the the constant bereavement, all the just the alcohol and the just the it was a challenge being wanted and knowing that I should have only gotten maybe 30 days in jail for that. It was a misdemeanor crime. It was a shoplifting is what it was. But not when they got done with it. Yeah, you're looking at second degree theft, first degree trafficking. Do I look traffic? Where did you guys get this shit? Well, it's a new mandate. They just make laws up as they go. That's what they do. And I always say, well, if it so much for Jesus, then people, you want a point system. Well, I guess why did Jesus come and suffer then? You want to keep track of everybody's wrongs. And I seen someone, like I said, I don't sit and stare at it, but I'd seen this in my head about, about God. And yeah, well, he's a God of love, but when we're not loving each other or ourselves, people, don't expect to have the red carpet rolled out for us. So anyway, I'm engaging and doing what the Lord has created me to do, and that's discernment, healing, prophesying, and just casting out clowns, healing, all that. And there's many of us out here and becoming a lot of us. He's, she's, we're all just different parts of the same body, or not. And where the head goes, the body follows. It says we are the head, not the tail, and it's always chasing its tail. Speaking of which, she's so gentle with that little Annie D, but Annie just wants to. It's always nipping at her. She wants to play, and D just she tolerates her. So, but yeah, like I said, so our relationship wasn't, it was the dysfunction wasn't in full swing. There was no, we weren't, I wasn't active in my sex life with her. I was, nor anybody. Matter of fact, the neighbor, uh, what was her name? I had friended her on my Facebook right when I first started talking to you guys, Millie, down there. Sarah, Sarah, Sarah Smile. Oh yeah, and honestly, wasn't attracted to her at all. Wasn't attracted to really anybody at the time. I was pretty much just isolated, just me and the good Lord. And but she had plans for me, and I got this other sense of something was watching me. So I'm mowing all the lawns and stuff just to sit around there. And like I said, I can't go too awful. I mean, I still went around, but I didn't, I didn't go gallivanting because of the warrant. I mean, that 84 months, that's a long time. So she helped me on my, because Tawana, she's not going to help me on really anything. She's like, get your fucking wife to do it. I go, well, I'm working on that, so I'm working on. This was, like I said, let's see, December 22nd, 2015. So this must have been, the mid, maybe the later range of 16. And so yeah, she had her own little ideas about what she had, her plans for her and I were, and I wasn't down with any of that. And when that wasn't gonna manifest and come to fruition, she wanted to start something. Of course, Tawana, you don't even have to. We got two separate demonic forces. I mean, almost you would think that they would be working against each other. I mean, working with each other, because a house divided against itself can't stand. However, it was the oddest thing. Looking back now, I know it was definitely two demonic forces. um, but they were literally, at each other's throat, and it was the weirdest thing. Um, but yeah, I mean, even before that was, of course, I always get accused of screwing people, but that's part of the control freak mentality, brainwashing tactic. They do it enough, and finally you just say, "Oh, fuck it, I just ain't going anywhere." And, it's just easier just to not go anywhere. Well, sure, it's subtle. It starts with just one bite. So, yeah, she was watching me mow the lawn, some weird shit, taking pictures of me and stuff, and I knew it, and I was basically, and she lived, and you want to talk about someone who lives in a fantasy world in their head. She was, you want to talk some demonic, uh, almost kind of innuendo, wink, wink, flipping you off at the same time, kind of stuff. She was telling me this skit, this story of this guy named Ronnie, serious, that liked her, that was up in Bonnie Lake, and would just stare at her all the time, and that you know she knew he wanted to be with her, and all this and that, and blah blah blah. And the whole time, I know she's talking about me, right? And I'm thinking to myself, lady, you have got this all fucking wrong. Excuse my language. I don't even, you repulse me. I mean, I want to be your friend. I mean, if that's it, but if this is what, I'm not attracted to you at all. Not even a little bit. I don't care how I could have been, maybe if I was tweaked to the gills, maybe just as as a typical bucket, but and even then, I just, and so that it didn't like that one at all. And it's the neighbors are playing some honky tonk. So oh yeah, when she got that full force, that full dose of big heaping plate of rejection. Oh man, she did not. She turned her nose up to that big time and started But see, by then, Tawana already knew. And it was really amazing to watch this happen because normally they would just side together. Shit, they'd probably go off and start their own little road show. But it was I was like, huh. And Cecilia, you know, we had a barbecue over there and stuff, and all the Mikey's family came, a big old to do and stuff, and we're not supposed to have anything going on in the park. But she's living with Merrill, the guy next door. Oh God, that poor old man got sucked right into that one. You talk about a vortex, boy. Woo wee. And so she knew, and I said, man, I'm not screwing anybody, and I certainly wouldn't be screwing her. And Cecilia comes in the house, and she was over at the barbecue. Just we're right next door, and I made Merrill a plate and brought it to me sitting on the porch. You know, all within, you know, just stone throw proximity. And she's there. They're all starting to drink, and shit's starting to fly now. You know, things are being said, and you're starting to use. I'm sitting back, I'm watching, I'm going, God, I apologize, you guys. Man, if I acted anything like this, man, I'm sorry, but actually, I will have to admit, this is kind of funny. Watching all this, you guys starting the drunker you guys are getting, boy. Listen, look at you guys, and just it was kind of comical, and just the little stupid little stuff, man. The little just this. Oh my gosh, man, you guys are children, just little children, and so of course I'm no better. You know, and Alonzo, he's laughing his ass off. He likes Sarah. As a matter of fact, Sarah ended up moving to his place after Merrill kicked him out. But of course, oh, once she got a full dose of him and him her. Whoo, that was it. That old man got rid of. Good thing he got rid of his pigs first, or she'd have been missing. But I'm just exaggerating. He'd never do that. But yeah. Oh yeah, she could seduce him with that little dance and self of her. She's from Portland, you know. She'd come up. Her family kicked her to the curb, and I knew old Roundhill, she was trouble from the beginning, but I tried to be friends with her. I did. I tried to, and I did have her help me with my phone, and I probably shouldn't even have started with that, because the minute that started, I guess she got the wrong idea. And you certainly don't want to ask her for a ride anywhere, even if you are paying gas. Because I don't dress that woman. And she dresses herself, and so when I have an appointment to get a ride, and Tawana's looking out the window, and she's getting in her car, and I'm getting in, and she's half-ass naked, I'm like, oh shit! And I really do need to go down to the boat store and get my oar rings. And I'm not going to be stuck in that house with her when I get back. Not after this. You guys are acting like children. I just want my oar rings so I can go out into the lake and be left alone. I just want to commune with my father, mess with a few locals, maybe with the drone. And these aren't the nice ones. These are the ones that are out there. So, oh yeah, home wrecker Sarah. So no, stop doing all that. Anyway, so one day I see Millie Weaver on InfoWars, and she's with this cute little girl, and they're at this shooting range, and I looked at her. I went, "Holy smokes, is that Millie Weaver?" I have never seen a woman shine like this before. I have never looked at a woman like that before or since. I literally fell in love with this young lady, and I was like, "Wait a minute, man! This is the most oddest thing that has taken place." I'm a grown man. I'm twice her age. Shame on me. And I just heard this voice go, "Ye of little faith." So I just got bold, man. I just said, and she's married, son. Ye of little faith. I said, she obviously she's just, this isn't it, son. Do you trust me? I said, well, yeah, you've gotten me this far. He says, okay, well, I'm trying to work here. Allow me some room here, some elbow room, son. Oh, elbow room. It's up there in Dutch Harbor. Chilcoot, Chilcoot Chew at Charlie's. I think Elbow Room is right. But um, so I was like, holy smokes! And she was brandishing this pistol, and I was like, she just was winning my heart. I was like, oh my gosh! And she's little Annie Oakley. She's shooting a gun, and oh my gosh, man! Oh man, you wouldn't want to mess with little mama at all. And I'm like, oh man, I'm rooting for her. You're just getting me all excited. I'm like, oh my gosh, man, this is what all our young American patriot women, they need to watch her right here. This is a sterling example of American uh, 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 just American sass right here. And yeah, it was just amazing. And those dudes that were at those old cats that were at that shooting range, they just got the hell out of the way. They just said, oh, we're just gonna get out of the way because they knew they were outmatched. And that big boy, that was some funny stuff. In the way I think your hair was braided, I was like, oh my gosh. My heavenly Father said, "That's right, Father. That's right, son." He said that threefold cord isn't easily broken. And he said, just like that, those three kindled those those coals. I just was like, wow. Well, I'm here by myself. He says, no, son. Where two or more gather. I said, that's what that means. He said, yeah, that's what that means. I said, wow. You you laid that on me when I was pulling my sandals out from my under my bunk that day when the Muslim dude was banging. What are you doing, Steen? You're gonna miss Chow. And really, that's what that means? He goes, yes. He said, what do you think? I'm gonna lie to you? That's one of the big 10. I'm not gonna do that. They're condensed in two because there's no need to go over all of them. Just the two. The two cover them all of them. Like I said, you can't. There's no way you could break one if you kept those two. There's no way you could break any of those 10 if you kept the two. Plumb true. You'd never break the 10. So I'm gobsmacked, dabbed in love with this girl, and I'm not. I'm like, okay, well, maybe it'll wear off tomorrow. I said, this is the strangest thing. I literally felt like I got I got hit with that percussionist, whatever was over in that. I was getting smacked up real good. This was a good thing. I didn't understand it. I didn't even want to like it because it was strange, very strange to me, and I'd never seen that. I'd never experienced that before ever, and I've been around a while, and I've been a little bit everywhere, and I've never experienced that with a lot of different calibers of people, and never experienced that before. So I'm thinking to myself, man, this is something. I didn't know what to make of it. So the next morning, I get up, and all I kept thinking about was her, Millie. All I kept thinking about was her and praying for her and her family. I kept praying for her, praying for her family, praying for Alex, Rob. Right on, brother. ROB. And Owen and all of them, all of them. And I'd be sitting there and I'm watching the stream. I'd be praying for people, and then I started to fast more. I started to get more my these 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 supernatural gifts were starting to become honed and more prominent. The more I started to exercise faith, the more our Heavenly Father started to equip me with faith and knowledge and wisdom. And the more I started exercising humility, understanding for the love of the people in which I hated the acts upon which they were doing, that And I identified with it because I was right there. And our Heavenly Father said, and son, you could be right there 5 minutes from now. You choose not to. And so far, so good. And this is why you're in this position right now. And so, as long as you continue to exercise faith and walk accordingly, I'm going to continue to exercise and supply you with an abundance of faith to the point where your cup's going to just continue to overflow. And I'm starting to realize that that cup is that's the first thing I seen was that cup. That was the first thing I seen. And then I seen those faces, but it was like at the same time when he said that couldn't happen. The first thing I seen was a cup, and then once they switched to the backed it off, and he said, "Oh, they're back," and backed it off. Said you can't see the face and the cup at the same time, and then I was like, well, "That's weird," because before you even said that, I was thinking, "Wow, I see the face and the cup at the same time." I was thinking of Morgan Freeman and the electric company. They do the little deal with the. So anyway, yeah, I completely fell in love with that, and I thought this is just. So the next day it persists, and I'm like, wow, this is. And no, I'd never no extracurricular because I wouldn't want my Heavenly Father to see that, and I was kind of still wondering what was happening. At the same time, I was watching Sheila Zelinsky. I was being attacked. I was being attacked locally from afar, internally. Um, and at the same time, just walking in the spirit. And I know some might say, well, how are you being attacked inside? I'm still not sure, but it was a battle that it was crazy, and and I just kept doing the next good thing, um, and the only way I was able to um, find out what that next thing was is by staying in the Word. And even if I didn't understand exactly what I was reading from the actual scripture verse, I was led to to read. I like I said, I'd go to the one before it and the one after it, and then it started to. It's that threefold chord. I was like, oh, okay, all right. And then I started. Then the scripture verses that had kept me and other people from really pressing in to a further complete relationship with our Father and get past the religion part was the fact that you don't just create doctrine up. Excuse me, one scripture verse. And that's when John 3:16 to me I had to drop kick John 3:16. A lot of people say, oh, did he just say that? Yes, I did. Love John 3:16. It's a beloved scripture verse, but it has been used in a way that is not it's not it's not truth at all. And so you get people, humanity plus sin equals very iffy. And if you know something, if you truly know something, it'll show. It's going to show. If you know something, and look, of course, unless you're just self-destructing, it's what you know it's gonna show. And then what good is what you got if you don't give it away? And you will. They'll get the crumbs that fall. They'll see what's happening. So anyway, I was I think I let you, Millie, know how I felt about you. And you let me know right away you were married. And had Gavin sit right next to you to confirm the fact that this, in fact, was your partner. And so I was like, okay, I understand. And I even said, okay, and you went like this. And Father, please, would you forgive me, and then give me a word that I can give this beloved young lady and her husband, so that, because this is getting, and how am I going to go on here with this tarnished image after such a good first impression? And I heard our Creator laugh and laugh and laugh. He laughed. Oh, he laughed and laughed and laughed. He said, "Ye of little faith." And so I thought, okay. So I started to get a little angry, but I knew better. Go, because I know better. I've learned my lesson well. And so I just went about my day, and I continued with. As a matter of fact, I even continued. I didn't. I've never been the kind that runs from stuff. I'm not. And I continued with my, you know, doing what I was doing, and deciphering little code stuff and impressing people, not doing it to do that, but just doing it to earn their trust, because the Lord says trust is earned, respect is God given, love is respect, and trust is earned, and so I'm going to give you that ability, uh, and character, of course, becoming that reflection. So yeah, some really, and then Axel, he knew all along. They all knew. They all knew. They're like, oh man, you got him hook, line, and sinker. Now we need to just get him down here, um, and we'll try to we'll get old, yep, the old, but I don't want to go too far ahead. So, but yeah, so I'm still struggling with this, what I think is just a puppy dog love kind of infatuation. It's just gonna this is gonna pass. But it was something. It was different than that. But so I'm trying to dismiss it as I was that. It's just got to be an elk wrapping its head up against a tree senselessly. I just had to explain it away. It just didn't. None of it made sense. Um. So, and I believe the very next day. Oh, actually, you made a comment. We made several comments, but one that stuck that I think is pertinent. You said that, um, because I made a reference to my mom messing me up in the head. You also, the next day, um, made a reference. I took it as you apologized for, um, kind of brushing me off the night before with Gavin that way, and that your mother had also kind of, tainted your perception of how you should perceive life and the pursuit of happiness. So, I was like, "Yep," and my response was, I believe, almost verbatim, was, "Yep, they'll do that to you if you're not grounded in truth, plumb truth." So, at the same time, going back and forth to flat Earth, and that's why I say with that's why I didn't want you to be jealous over over her, because I if I wanted to be with her, I could have been with her a long time ago. And I'm not being arrogant, because that she made it very clear, as I made it clear to you. She made it just as clear to me and everybody else there. That's one thing I appreciate about her. She's got courage, man. I love that girl, boy. Whew, just not in love with her, you know. So, and yes, and you were, I believe you were watching. She said, "Roy, I want children," and I was like, "Well, that's a blessing," and I felt almost kind of bad, but that's that feeling that'll keep you in a dysfunctional relationship. That feeling that sometimes you gotta tell old Sarah to kick rocks and just deal with it. Just deal with it. But yeah, I don't take too keen to threats and stuff like that. But so, and being mocked at the same, it's just, it's all a beautiful growing, learning process. So I'm being attacked. Like I said, I'm being attacked left and just constant, every direction, every direction. And, so I'm still loving you though. And I'm still, and actually he's getting all excited. He's coming down, and I'm protecting her, and I'm old uncle. And I just knew that creepy son of a bitch. I didn't even want him near you, Melly. I didn't even want him near you, Leanne. None of it. None of them. None of you females. I didn't want him near you guys. Because I knew. I knew. I liked his voice. Don't get me wrong. But there was that sixth sense inside me. It was like, this guy is as perverse as they come. And his poor wife. And I didn't want to judge this guy. I was fought every inch of the way. I was like, man. And the Lord allowed me to see just a little bit, but to be still geared up, because I would have just turned. I would have just, man, I'm not doing this. I knew this was just a crock of crap from the beginning. I'm not pursuing this. You can be mad at me all you want, God. We'll have to get over this together. Pardon me. I want to share this real quick. I'm going to share this. This is Enter the Stars. I love old Casey. He's good.
Chargebacks are expensive. Counts Identity Trust Global Network linked by Adaptive AI.
But yeah, no, it was a supernatural type thing. And like I said, I was being attacked, and I was getting hip to Sheila and then Erica Shepherd, which, I stumbled on that episode where Sheila and Erica were talking about being demonically being attacked, spiritually attacked by demonic forces, and they were literally answering questions. They were answering questions I had to what was going on. Well, pardon me. This is, I'm gonna have to try to, because I would share yours just like this too. Oh, and I'm trying to learn how to share the tweets too. Look, yes, I should know more than I do. It's just I really don't. When you're seeing me, when I'm telling you I don't know how to do something, it's because I don't know how to do it. Or maybe I do, but I just don't think I do. My heart's in the right spot. I'm just not that guy. I'm not your Gavins. I'm not that. Okay. So anyway. So yeah, I was getting attacked, just completely slapped up demonically. I didn't know what was going on. I thought it was just a real bad case of vertigo. I thought I was being poisoned again, because I told you I'd eaten a big dose of some poison mushrooms, some death caps over there in the forest. I thought they were portobellos. God, I should know, man. I come from the land of milk and mushrooms, and you would think that I would know what a damn poison mushroom, but no. Damn, Donnie, look at these all these portobellos, man. I'm gonna make a few bucks at the Pike Place Market, because Asians down there, they'll spend good money on them, and they'll resell them to all them high rise condo owners, and way fresher than what you get in Safeway and whatnot. But I took a couple bites out of them, man. I'm just mowing down. I'm like, oh yeah, these are good. Donnie's like, Dad, I don't think those are portobellos. I go, no, they look just like. He goes, yeah, they do look like portobellos, but these are look at the bottom. These are death caps. Well, I went on a 3-day ride, boy. Man, that was one hell of a ride. I will tell you that right now. I should have. You would have thought I was in a Red Lotus. All right, I was navigating the solar system. Anyway, for a 3-day ride, I went on that. I thought I thought somehow I was being poisoned because it was kind of the same thing, but my head was just spinning off my shoulders. I couldn't gain any footing. My equilibrium was completely off, and instantly, that it came on. Sheila Zielinski just started playing. Of course, I had my thing on, so it might have been just, maybe it was just in the lineup. She started talking about, well, I got this guest, Dr. Erica Shepard, and she's going to be talking about evil, spiritual, demonic infiltration, possession, and how to deal with this. And I'm like, oh man, it was almost I heard the sound of a trump right in my left or right ear. Of course, it might have been in my left. It was just traveling all the way through. I was like, oh, thank you, Father. I just fell to my knees. I started praying. I knew that this was the answer that I'd been praying to get, that I needed to receive. So I knew what was going on with me. And sure enough, once she was done with that broadcast, I knew I would come into a better understanding and full realization of what was taking place in my life. And these people were going all out to try to get me. Um, so um, so yeah, I had planned on going down to. That's right. The first time I went down to see Alex, uh, which I figured it was just for Millie, really. Anyway, uh, looking back now, I didn't come to that realization till a little bit later on, but I believe I went first, and then on the train, and then I think then it was the Patriot March at the River Park in Portland, where I went down to meet Gavin for you. I mean, meet meet Owen for you, and then maybe then I flew down or something. Anyway, I get the, I don't know if the skateboard incident with the Antifa kid was, I don't know if that was in between. I think that was like in between, and then I ended up oh no, that, I think that was it. No, that was it. That's right. I think that was the last time that because that was right before I was led to to hand myself. No, that's right. That's right. It was after I got back. I remember the second time. That's right, when I went down on the plane. That's it. I remember. So okay, so the first time I was led to head down on the train. That's right. That is right about the time I really got slapped up with all that demonic attack. And I remember, because I was actually gonna, I thought maybe I was gonna have to bow out and reschedule. There's no way I would have been able to walk down I would have been going, I wouldn't have made it. So um, I started praying. Why that podcast was rolling, I started praying, and when it was done, I started to feel a little bit better, and I knew the Lord says, "You see now what's happening to you. This is no, know that this too shall pass, but understand that you're you're being hit with all this because you're in a position now to where you're a threat um, to the masses. It's not just you now. You've committed your life to me, and now it's not you that it's after. It's more concerned about all the people that you're going to influence, and that you're going to heal, that you're going to touch, that you're going to unite together, because as one body we own this bitch." And so yeah, I want to turn this camera on and show you what they're doing up here right now in this sky. um, it's been real clear up until just this second here, but yeah, you already know. So yeah, I knew that this was honor. I was being crowned. All right. And so Then I started. I took it. From that second forward. From that second forward, I started to completely to just just get the chainmail, the armor really started to kind of fit. I think I almost grew into it. Is what happened. I grew into my armor, and and it fits real good and snug now. Um, so yeah. Anyway, 324. Yeah. Get on the train. Got the old. Because I wasn't going anywhere. Not. I wasn't in the position at that point, and the Lord's like, "Well, son, you don't really need to, but if that's what you want to do, so you go ahead." He was being patient with me. The second I got on the second I stepped, a beautiful day in Tacoma, beautiful day. Step foot on that train. This guy's taking a photo of me, and I looked at him, and he looked at me, and he smiled. He said, "You're in a public place." And I says, "For now." And of course, I sat in one of the right by one of the luggage deals, and a couple people had got on, letting me know that they were accompanying me. I thought, all right, that's fine. We can, we'll just share the rails together. Little did they know. Well, they think they know, but they don't know shit from Shinola. You see, I know that run well. I know the people that live on that run. It's called the Starlight Run. I know it well. I know the people well. And they're just like you and I. And so we take off. Beautiful, beautiful day. Man. So we get down to LA. We get down to LA, and we're switching over. This is where the Starlight it ends, and the one heading over to old New Mexico through I think El Paso, all that, and then Texas. It's like 12:30, 1 o'clock, LA. And I had been sleeping, and transfer trains, and get on the train, and I'm sitting next to this guy named Shane. He says, "Hi, my name's." He asked if he could sit next to me. I sat towards the aisle, insinuating I really don't want anybody sitting next to me. But he asked me, he said, "Hey, do you mind if I sit next to you?" And I was like, "Yeah, go ahead." He said, "My name's Shane." I was like, I was thinking, "Oh, that's shotgun. That's my brother's name." All right. Word association. Okay. Really? Are you that simple? God, we'd have you in that van and down into that deal, and your hair'd be long, and they'd be wondering where the hell you went for 2 months too, buddy. So, he sits down. He's on his way to Texas, or no, he's on his way to do a job. He's telling me he's hoping they'd put his tools. They had messed up and like they had before, and he was going to do a job. He was like some kind of mobile mechanic or something, and he was taking a train because it was cheaper to have his stuff hauled down, the tools and that way. Like my son, he even said, "Dad, it was almost cheaper for me to fly here and then have my tools sent." Are you serious? Like, yeah, they're trying to make it's a trip how things roll. Sometimes you just got to check things out. So anyway, he He's making some small talk and stuff, telling me he's heading down to do a job or something. The train pulls out of the depot. We're heading down the train. We're just starting to really, starting to. She's about to crank it open, and all of a sudden, the conductor says, or no, actually, he slams on the he hits the brakes, and everybody's just flies forward. And most of the people were already, the train hadn't take off right away, but they were loaded up. They had sat there for probably 20 minutes. A lot of people had just went back to sleep. They had flown forward into the seat in front of them. Some of them just into the to the to the car in front of them. I heard that poor lady, right, because there was one seat right in front of me, and she, bam, and everybody, they all woke up, and the conductor says, oh, people, he says, I don't know how to tell you this, and I heard the other guy just say, shh, and then the mic just stopped, and so Shane's looking out the window, and I'm looking at him, and I see these two people. They're looking and they're running over, and they go into the shadows, and they're literally straight across from my window. I'm watching in the shadows. I'm watching them, and Shane's watching them too. He's not saying anything, and I'm seeing him watching him. Everybody's kind of getting their stuff together, and now you're starting to see the conductors. They're on the outside. They've gotten out, and they got their flashlights. At least on my side, they're on this side, and then I see the police. They show up on the other side of the train, but they're not coming in. They're staying out. They're not trying to create a scene. But I seen the lights on, and I seen a bunch of them. They showed up, and then I felt the train. I felt the train back up just literally like 6 inches, and I'd seen the whole thing just take place in my mind. And they had took some sorry sap, and he, who knows, maybe he was aware or unaware of it, and they held this guy, the two of them held this fella, and it was a man. He was a man, and they waited and sacrificed him, just like the old 9/11 big blood sacrifice. They sacrificed him to cast a spell on me, one. Two, to get them to stop that train so they could get some MS-13 on undetected. And because you got to use your driver's license when getting on a train, to get onto that train so that they could take a shot at my livelihood and eternity. So, oh God, silly fools, silly rabbits. So, a matter of fact, I believe one of them did get on. There was already a lady that a Mexican lady that was trying to portray like she was part of the family that was behind me, but she didn't know him at all. She tried to play that part real well, and she did, but I'd seen right through it. And then the one assassin, he ended up sitting next to her because they finally got desperate after they took off. They didn't say anything. They didn't want anybody on the train to know that we had just you know had a little hiccup. So on we went, and like I said, this black woman, she had come up to me, just came right through the slide. Like I said, I was just one seat behind the huh. No. Okay. Yeah, I did. So anyway, the door opens right up. Lady comes in. The black lady, she's like, I got something for you. I got some, and I had been fasting. She's like, I got something for you, and something told me to just get it. She just grabbed me by the hand like she'd known me forever. Just door opens up, and normally, like I said, I don't have people just rushing up on me, but I felt completely comfortable. The whole time I know that these fools right back here on the next seat, right back, they're waiting to give me the old, the old, what is it called? The old Italian necktie. And let's see. Oh yeah, we got it. We're all right. And so it's either this or this. So this black lady, she grabs me by the hand. She's an older lady. She takes me down, and I remember something when I seen her, and I said, "God bless you." She goes, "God bless you." Earlier, when we were in earlier, I'd seen her, and I had this impression about her, this lasting impression. And she grabbed me by my hand. She takes me down to the through a couple cars down to the luggage deal. She goes, "Look, I've got this. I've got something for you." She opened up her suitcase and she pulled out this big old bag of watermelon cut up and cantaloupe. Must have been, one good sized watermelon, seedless, of course, juicy, and must have been three good sized watermelons, big old freezer Ziploc bags, and I almost wanted to say no, but the Lord had taught me. Remember about telling people no when you're if you're saying no because you don't feel like you deserve it, or if you're saying no because you don't want to trouble them, you got to be careful. On some people, they're being blessed, and you need to allow them to be blessed by receiving that they're offering. It's might seem odd, but when you do it, you'll start to understand you're not. You're both being nourished. So in many different ways. So I just said, okay. So and I said, thank you so much. And she goes, yeah, I seen it. I knew she was an angel. I seen it in her eyes. And so I went upstairs and I sit down. And there's this big old black dude that had this bucket of Kentucky Fried Chicken, which they brought home last night. I eat chicken, I told you, but he's like, Donnie, the farms all around here. It's not like they're pumping them full of steroids. And I looked at him. I said, bro, did you actually just say that? Anyway, he had this big bucket of chicken, and and this beautiful demeanor about him. He was just glowing. He was huge. He was the biggest. He was a John Henry and what was the other one? John Henry beat the steam engine and I don't know. He was all of them. He was a monster of a man, but a beautiful man. You could just feel the love and beauty and might and power and compassion. And uh, I asked him. I says, "Hey, you want some of this on here?" And of course, the devil's right there going, "Oh, that's a real racist. That's gonna fly real good. You're gonna." And I was like, and I just do what you're led to do, son. I said, "Hey, would you like some of this watermelon?" He goes, "No, I'm all right." And it kind of hurt me just a little bit. It says, "Do you see, son?" And then he goes, "Yeah, a matter of fact, they're starting to bite me in my heels." He didn't say that, but he reaches over. No, this guy, we polished off the whole thing. He didn't just have a few pieces. We ate those bags of food. It was delicious, man. Oh my! It was cold. I don't know how. It was firm. It was ripe. Oh, it was delicious. And so he knew that they were behind him. He knew. And I was speaking to somebody on the live chat. I think it was you, Millie, or something. And I just got this sense of I just started weeping. And they just were pouring. They were pouring down my face. And he looked over at me, and I looked at him. I said, "There's a lot of evil." He says, "Yeah, it's all around, isn't it?" And I said, "Yeah." And he says, "That's all right." He says, "I'll be in the observation car. He says, I'll be up there." And he got up. Of course, I got up. He knew. I got up, and I that old carbon fiber, looked like a grenade, that old DS. But that wasn't even the issue. He was so damn. spirit just slapped him up one side, and the girl, she was just literally like this, and they had a real bad slip, trip, and fall there in El Paso. Maybe it was Albert. It was one of them stops there. Bad situation. Bad things happened. And on we went. We just continued along our way, longer journey. A lot of people, a lot of angels on that train. I didn't know just how there were, and oh boy, and letting me know just little things like the blonde they sent in. No, the blonde. What Axel was, he was behind the whole thing. She ordered the exact same thing I did, exact same thing. Um, this was after the incident with the MS-13. Um, oh no! I think this was right around the same time. It was around the same time because I ended up making a reservation for dinner, and the guy that was he was the programmer for Uber, and another fellow, I know he was an angel for sure, and another guy because they would just seat you with whoever. And then right there, this blonde orders the exact same thing I get. They tried to use her to seduce me, and like, man, it was high points of her own, and it was spot on. Except it just, I wasn't a lustful, chauvinistic piece of shit, and I was in love with someone else. So um, Christ first, and then so, but there she was, and I knew, I knew, I knew, and I was like, oh, okay, I see what's happening now. And he says, son, this has been happening all your life. He says, now that you have been trustworthy enough to receive more of this knowledge and become a little more polished, now you're starting to reflect more of my character. And so now you're starting to, and they see it too, and you're a threat to them. Me in you is a threat. I in you, you in me. And so there was times I had to literally go down to the handy, and so many different things. I was going in and out of vertigo constantly, especially after that that blood sacrifice with that poor son of a bitch. Uh, they they had me just I was definitely, I was doing some shag carpet shuffling, but it worked out great. It was just a refining process. I was starting to see things. They seen I wasn't giving up. I'm not I love you. I love you people way more than it hates me. Way more. And I'll tell you, it don't want to mess with my love. So, but oh yeah, she was hot, all right. They wanted me to sleep with her, go to her cabin, and then they wanted to tell you, Millie, oh look, do you see? Do you see? Oh, it was all by design. They had us exactly where they thought they were going to keep us, all of us. So that's how they create their little your Tory with your friend and all that with all that. You are their brains. It's us that creates their paradigm of falsehood, of illusion. They're stupid. They're not that. I mean, they are intelligent in a twisted, satanic, real demonic kind of way, but without us sheeple, they wouldn't be able to pull that off. It wouldn't happen. So now more and more people are starting to wake up, and really it's just one little stupid little, it's writhing in a little, it's going round and round. Like I said, the only thing that's hanging on now is it's just a bunch of minions and some demonic fallen, but the it's done. It's just a matter of time. It's literally just, please, would you guys just stop talking to me? Someone turn that light out, please. It's the funniest thing. And so let's see. Yeah, I made almost even if I wasn't eating, I would just go just to visit with the people. And uh, so I ended up meeting with some folks from what's by Australia, that other little island, um, New Zealand. I met some people from New Zealand, and the one guy I'm certain was a Satanist. Started praying over my food as I always had. Started praying over him for my food, and their demeanor just completely changed. Completely. And I knew what I was dealing with then. I was like, they're all three of them. They were all the one, the beautiful older woman, her husband, and their friend, and all demonic, all Satanists, worse Satan, the dragon, and I just I did what I did, and they were all she was basically telling her husband, man, I don't know if we want to attack him, because the friend was sitting next to me. He was like, "Oh, you gotta be kidding me!" And when I told him about what I was impressed to say about old Sir Trumpet, oh my gosh, you should have seen that whole damn dinner, that whole train car, that whole thing. They all looked at me. They thought, "Oh, throw little Donnie from the train. It was coming." Oh man, I said, "Oh no," I said, "The Lord, he's he made it very clear to me. He's going to use this guy to do some to expose some serious shit." And and uh, and it's not gold plated either. And they just snapped on me. She was the only one, and she it was almost like she was the matriarch of the whole little clan. And but she didn't. She smiled, and she, you know what? She was the one. She was the one that somehow, some way, just she made them be nice to me. It was the weirdest thing. It was the weirdest thing. And then before I left, they were like, "Yeah, you come to New Zealand, we'll smoke a joint with you." I said, "Oh, I'll be making my rounds. Don't worry, I'll be making my rounds. I'd love to have you." So first, they were wanting to stab me with their forks, but it was amazing. I couldn't believe what I was witnessing, and I was like, "Wow!" And the Lord said, "Don't let that go to your head. Just like them, just like those entities over there in that forest. Don't." That's why when some of you said, when I said you wouldn't believe it if I told you, a couple of you said, "Yes, I'm getting cold, so I'm having to move. Sun's down now." But 47, gonna have to wrap it up soon. Said, I said, "You won't believe it." And someone said, "Oh, Harry and the Hendersons." I said something like that, because it kind of was. It was the weirdest thing. A lot of stuff had happened over there, but like I said, I'd never seen one. I told that guy when I was praying for him. I don't know if it was your brother or what, but Chuck, I think his name is. I don't know if it was. And yes, maybe he did lie to me about being the. Didn't matter. Didn't matter. I don't take things personal like that. I just, I OR double hockey sticks. The capital L, LOL. Roy. There it is. Look, I didn't sign up for this. This is the role in which he created me to be. And so and having free will, I'm okay with it. I'm receiving it, accepting it, and I'm not running from it. I'm not. It used to be, he's like, you're not going to find a fish big enough. And I'm like, well, damn it, I'll catch one. I'll swallow that fish. It ain't swallowing me. I'm going to swallow it. It's like two lost souls swimming in a fish bowl year after year. Yeah, things change, people change. I understand that, but like I said, I'm just living by faith, and if you're not her, then she'll be walking. It won't be long. He said, you're not going to have to wait too much longer, but I'm not the kind. I don't go out looking. I don't do that. We're becoming. You don't find the right wife or husband. You become the right husband and wife, and then you find each other. You'll just be drawn to each other like living water. So let's see. So on our way, I get off the train in Austin, and already my ride's not there. My ride's not there. I get a ride from somebody that I'm led to get a ride to, but there's something else is going on. They work for a kind of like a freelance. I forgot the name of it. Black dude, new axle, new axle. Didn't like the fact that I was scheduled to go there. Didn't like that too much, but ended up taking me right to my motel room. Made my reservation, and like I said, I needed to unsee a few things. That's that's why I made that comment. Um, and at the same time, a lot of miracles were happening, a lot of blessings. Got to pray for some people that were struggling, Mexican folks that were struggling, good people that were struggling, along with the front desk attendants, both of them. And then, of course, just things transpired, and just one thing led to another. Of course, he sent the whole clan. I was laughing. I was like, "Oh, you for just me? I can see this. So this wasn't that kind of party, huh, boys?" Nope, never was. But we can't get you, so we're just letting you know right now because they were scared. They were scared, and then tried planting that shit in your brain about little old me. And they tried. Oh, they tried to. They tried and tried and tried. They couldn't. The cop. None of them. They couldn't do anything. I was being protected by the anointing of the Holy Spirit, and blessing and being blessed and blessing the whole way through. It was amazing. It was amazing. Matter of fact, if I was a scumbag, the lady that checked my room out said, "Yeah, everything looks pretty well in order here. But I'm just not cut like that." So I get back on a bus because now I don't have the money for a train. But a lot of good things are happening. Matter of fact, miracles, just one miracle after another. And I told you I met all them bunch of Asian tourists from Thailand. I told you if I was ever gonna pick, if I was gonna be chauvinistic and just be completely greasy and pick a wife, and now who knows? Maybe the Lord has somebody set aside of that uh, caliber. But if I was to pick somebody, it would be someone from a Thai person because I'm just completely enamored with the skill set, the whole the food, the way they treat they raise their children, their family, all that Orient. Always been completely. Now I'm not talking about China and the way it's went. I'm talking about like Japan, old school, when there was some morals, some dignity, and they weren't boiling dogs and eating and doing some weird shit like that, and they're just completely satanic. I'm talking the ones up in the hills that are just so crafty, and I don't know. I'm just absolutely, and I appreciate how their work ethic is. It's just amazing, and I'm just like wow. I've been so impressed, and I look and I see that just how self conscious they are for the most part of what they eat. I mean, for the most part, they've kind of taken a little. There's some, some turns for the worst, but I can see some. And so, anyway, without yammering on about that, because now I only got a few minutes, 7 minutes, um, that would be it. That's not my cup of tea. Speaking of which, I'm gonna have to fire some up. Let's see, what time is it? Oh, it's only 6. Yeah, I think one cup will be all right before I go to bed. But so yeah, that's and a whole bunch and she sat right next to me, and I didn't take a picture to rub that in your face. I took a picture of them, uh, to show you, look, man, I got a little self control, and I don't let my anger cause me to act out in and a display of just immaturity to try to get you to be jealous. And I don't appreciate when other people do that to me either, because I'm way bigger than that. Just like I'm way bigger than that stupid little shit. I'm way bigger than that. And I'm not. I don't even care. That doesn't bother me. If two people got together and they both had, if they ain't out screwing around, who cares? Whatever. That's and then it's isolated between the two. That's just the consequences of sin, right there. Yeah, third and fourth generation, and sometimes this is just what happens. Yeah, you've been forgiven, but you see, there's a lasting effect to your ignorance and just you know, uh, lust. That's what it is. So that's the way it is. You can get over it and move on. So and who and you know something? Oh, axle grease. Oh, he was trying in a night. You see, I'm trying to inform him real nicely, and so that he'll be aware of certain things and this and that and blah blah blah. But really, oh no, he's that piece of crap. Oh yeah, I'm uncle. I'm gonna go ahead and protect. I'm gonna watch over her for you. Oh, you fat squirrel, man! What the throw fat ass. Oh man, like one of them ground squirrels. Mm, damn. But no, I just and his poor wife. And I thought, well, how could that go undetected? Well, that's how they do it. They weave themselves right into society. Otherwise, they'd be picked apart. They would because there's not enough known. They can't. There's no history there to legitimize their status. So they know what they're doing. They know. Oh no, forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. See, now a lot of them they're back because they already know, boy, that there and it's gonna be pipe running all up in there all day, hot pipe. It's not gonna be pretty at all. You want to talk Groundhog Day? Woo wee, son. Thank you. I love you, bro. So what do you got? A few minutes. Love you guys. It's amazing too because it's actually a lot darker out here in this camera. Something. It will go ahead and allow me a little light enhancement when it's dark, but then when I'm in there and it's a little too light, it can't know enough, and technology doesn't kick in the sense where it can't discern and add a little, take a filter out some of the background light. I know somebody that's tech savvy go, oh, that's real easy. I can explain that to you. And it would probably make sense to somebody that understands that. And I might be able to grasp it. Then again, maybe not. But is it really important? No, not unless you're a technician. That's just not my wheelhouse of expertise. Although, God, I sure would, you know, I like to learn and listen and consider. So, so tomorrow, the good Lord willing, uh, well, here, let me show you. God, this is so beautiful. Got the barn completely done out, and there's the hill down there. That's where the flowers are there. That right there where that tree is, that's where the burn pile is, right down there. He owns all of that. It's beautiful. It really is. It's a blessing. So, um, oh yeah, it's hunting season around here is probably pretty soon too. But again, like I said, just take it one day at a time. I've got things to do, but I just live in the moment to get them done. So that I've got a I've got a guide that's not gonna. Whoo, you want to talk about a eternal Sherpa? Ooh, moving mountains we are. So anyway, okay, I love you guys. I got a few minutes. So I'll pick up tomorrow, God willing. I'm gonna maybe tread back a little bit on the train because I'm sure I've missed quite a few things. And then um, uh, again, there where I'd met the little little Tijuana or little Thailand. in oh, I met Inyeti. Not Inyeti. Remember, I mispronounced that. So forgive me, brother, but the guy from Brazil, my God, is Brazilian. I bought him that. And he's like, "Oh man, you saved my." Act like I saved his life. I go, "Dude, I bought you a burger and stuff. I got me a little salad." He had a pocket full of money. I didn't know if it was really worth anything. He goes, "No, man, I'm loaded. I just don't want anybody to know. I just can't turn this in." I said, "Well, why in the hell would you be on it?" He says, "Well, this is the best way to visit and meet people. I'm heading to Silicon Valley and so he was loaded. He did have quite a little bit of money on him. I just he wanted to take the bus, and so he gave me one of his home state dollars or whatever it was. He says, "Oh, this you can turn this in. This will be well worth it." And I said, I ended up giving it to some kid that was packing around the country when I met them. Those Taiwanese and I was led to give that. He goes, "Man, that's really cool. And I was going to pray for this guy that was begging for something to eat, and then the guy that the security guard, the big black security guard down in Portland, same deal. Of course, years later, no security guard this time. Too early. It was a whole different ball game there. It was really eerie, but that homeless guy was in tears, and the fellow that was working the concession, he gave him some coffee and said, "Hey man, do you mind? I was led to pray for him." He goes, "Yeah." He lost it, and I said, "Here, I want to give you this." He started telling me about he's backpacking around. I said, "This is the best thing that ever happened to him." And I was like, "Man, thing ever happened to me right now, man." So a lot of good things happen, a lot of real neat things, and yeah, I was the quietest I'd ever sensed Portland that morning. He was so quiet. Then of course I met that big old black dude who he was to call me. I'd friended him on Facebook, the one that I had my arm around and I went like this. Well, that wasn't gun. That's this. I always do that. Did that with Alonzo, but you guys thought, oh God, look at him. That's a subliminal message. He's gonna shoot us. Oh, people. And then they know you think that way, and so they'll feed into that. They'll fuel that funeral pyre. Oh, gotta go. I don't want to, but I have to. They're back now, and gotta have some self control. So anyway, yeah, I'll pick up right there. And of course, I got to picture him right in Chehalis, Centrae Chehalis, and I was thinking about the boys, Tone Loke and Andrew. Andrew texted me too from Larch. He's like, "Happy Sabbath, brother. Hope to meet up with you soon." And my brother, oh, my brother sends me an email, not email, text. "Happy birthday, bro." That was a fucking week ago, but yeah. "Bro, I'll stop by and see you." I'm like, "Okay, you don't know where I live right now. You don't know where I'm. It's going to be a long trip." So he's obviously not doing so well. So anyway, so thanks for your prayers. Love you guys, and tomorrow I will pick up where we left off, or just go where our Heavenly Father would take us. Oh, and another thing, I'm having a hard time logging back into my Twitch. Since that's really, it shouldn't have logged you out. But I have the password, so I'm going to try to have my bro help me log in so that I can export that video from last night to YouTube. But either way, love you guys. Love you, Mr. Hall, Tori, all you guys. And again, I will start I just have, it'll be a 4-hour thank list. There's so many of you. And I know, well, you keep thanking the same people over and over. Well, those are because those are the ones that are on the forefront of my mind now. But it's not like I don't forget, just like I didn't forget you, Tammy, today. And I liked it, and it was nice to see you. I can almost sense you just kind of watching and seeing how your project is going, and you should be quite proud. of what you've gotten started. And thank you, Casey, and thank you, Melly, and thank you, Tori and Gavin, and all you beloved. It's awesome, man. It's good to know you, and we'll be seeing a lot more of each other. So anyway, okay, so I love you guys. I'm gonna go in now. Otherwise, I'll just keep yammering away. And so I love you. You take care. Peace.